The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on? Good afternoon. Hi. Hey there. What's up? My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Good afternoon. Welcome back. We're live today. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here too.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is bent but not broken.
Bent but not broken. Hello,
She's
everyone.
there in Midtown Manhattan.
Sprained ankle I have.
Oh, that's right.
Well, that's why, I was like, I don't know how hobbled you are. I didn't know what the state of your, what condition your condition was in.
Yeah, so Tuesday night, I I was doing shows, and ironically enough, at The Stand Comedy Club. And my roommate and I got an Uber back because it was late, and we didn't want to take the train at midnight. So we get an Uber. The Uber is there. I was like, oh, damn, I forgot my food in the green room. I'm like, let me run downstairs real quick. I'm just going to grab my food. I'll be right back. And I ran down the stairs, and I missed the last step.
Oh, that's why you were booking it.
Yes, I was running because the Uber was there.
Yep.
So I was like, let me just run downstairs real quick, grab my food, and then we can go. I missed the last step, and so I did that. You know that thing when you miss a step where you like way overreach it?
Oh, yeah.
And so I did that and landed on the side of my foot and just went down hard, dude.
Sucks.
And they gave me like a wrap, a boot, and a cane. And so
cane rules. The cane rules. That's awesome.
Do you get to keep the cane?
Yeah, that was like, they're like, we can't really do anything because it's not broken or fractured, so we're not gonna set it. You know, they're like, just wear this and use it. You know, take it off. Oh, the only time you take it off is in the shower.
We've got to get Mary like a cane topper for her going away present, like one of those crystal things with a snake head in it or something.
Yeah. So I was planning, that was Tuesday night. I was fully planning on coming into work on Wednesday, but I hadn't really put any weight on it. And when I was walking to the train, my leg just completely gave out and I fell on the ground. I was like, well, I should probably go find out if this is broken or not.
Keep this elevated.
Yeah, so that's just elevated ice, ibuprofen, all that. It's much better now because we were off for 3 days. So I really wasn't doing. Yeah, thank you for that. I wasn't doing anything all day. I was laying around with it elevated and wrapped up and everything. So
well, you were still running around doing shows at night. You still had to like get in and do shows.
Yes, I had a lot of shows last week. I loaded it up because I had an audition on Saturday, and so it was. And
at the time, you still had a working foot.
And at the time, I still had a working foot.
Right.
Yes,
Set all
I was
those
loading
auditions.
it all up. Yeah, so it was good.
All right, good.
But yeah, so I'm good. I'm still sore. Like today's the day I've walked the most in the last week. Like I went grocery shopping yesterday, but I've been very intent about not being on it because I'm like, if I screw this up worse and end up in a cast, that's going to be a miserable 6 weeks.
You still have the boot on?
No, I didn't wear the boot today. I didn't wear the boot today or yesterday.
But you're using the cane.
No.
No boot, no cane.
I'm going no boot, no cane because the cane is so much.
So at the very least, you're hobbling?
a little.
You're favoring one foot.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. But the cane is so excessive. It works. It definitely helps. But it's so much. And I got flamed for showing up at the comedy club with a cane. And everyone's just making fun of me.
It was a prescribed cane.
That's what I said. I was like,
you have to get a cane prescription?
They gave it to her.
You go to CVS and you hand her the slip and she just hands a cane over the counter to you. Here you are. It says made to
You know what
your...
I would have done if they made fun of me for having a cane? I would have rapped him on the head with a cane and said,
I did. I was walking around poking people
Yes.
and smacking them.
You just sweep their legs out from under them.
Yeah.
How do you like me now?
Take that.
I'm getting some extra hours over at the Apollo.
Yeah.
It's not a hooked cane, of course, but.
So I'm all right. It's just sprained. That's all. So it's, there's the thing that sucks. Like, yeah, there's nothing really that we can do. Just try not to walk. I was like, in New York City, you want me to not walk?
Hey, if you don't have to walk everywhere, I'll tell you what, we were in Jersey for 4 days for our friend's wedding, and we were getting everywhere by scooter.
Yeah?
It was so fun because the weather could not have been nicer. I mean, for end of October, it was awesome. The weather was like 65 all weekend.
Yeah.
And yeah, just scooting around everywhere. Bananas. Although one night we took an Uber because we didn't realize that the scooters shut down at 10 p.m. And so we come pouring out of this joint in Asbury Park at 1:45 and go across the street to get a scooter, and they're all shut down. Get an Uber. And the next morning, I'm looking at I completely forgot that we got an Uber to come back because we're lit. I completely forget. And so my brain goes, oh my God, somebody got an Uber with my card or my information or something. And then I'm like, wait a second. You have that where you absolutely forget. You don't, Mary, but
I used to.
Yeah,
where
you forget a lot of things.
Yeah.
I had a friend steal a friend's car this weekend, so I get it. Yeah.
You had a friend steal a friend's car?
Yeah.
Who stole whose car?
Pants stole our friend, different Mary's car.
Yeah.
Like
as a goof?
Blacked out. No, he was.
He got into her car?
He had a rental car, and we Ubered that night. Me and him, I picked him up in an Uber. I'm like, we're going to drink tonight. We're going to be safe. And I don't know what happened exactly, but she left her keys in the car. He got into it. He drove it home. Then she called me. I was like, she's like, hey, Pants took my car. And I was like,
oh, she knew he took her.
Well, because they saw it on security footage.
But how did he get
into it?
Why did she leave her keys in her car?
I don't know. She did, though.
In the car and unlocked.
Yeah.
Like in the visor? Was it the full cliche?
I don't even know. I wasn't there for any of that.
She must have a real beater.
No, she's got a nice car.
And she leaves her keys in it.
She did that for whatever reason at that time. And
he knew the keys were in it.
No, he just happened to get in it, and because it looked like the rental car that he has, and he was out of his mind. I don't know. We do.
Wait, he was okay.
Yeah.
There's a drunk driving anecdote here that we're trying to polish, but that's what it is.
No, it was a drunk driving. He owns it. He doesn't like it because he had an Uber on the way, and I guess he canceled it. I mean, this is the stuff that
I don't need the Uber.
I mean,
I
saw him.
I'm fine.
Last I saw him, I go, you got an Uber, bud? And he's like, yep, be here in 20 minutes. I'm like, okay.
That Uber was your friend's car.
I guess so. And then I had to give her his address, and she went and got her car.
Did she live anywhere near him?
They actually live pretty close to each other.
Okay.
But it was just a ridiculous thing to happen.
I mean, an Uber is just another person's car.
Yeah, usually that person's in it, though.
Yeah, they're usually
You're normally sitting in the back seat.
Yeah.
Normally.
When you ask somebody for a ride, you don't just take their car.
Do you imagine if the Uber shows up and you pull the driver out and just peel out with their car?
You just Grand Theft Auto it.
Yeah. Except that you know each other's name. You know, he rolls down the window and he's like, Alan? Yes, Manuel? Get the hell out of the car. It's mine now.
Yeah, it was
this 2005 Dodge Caravan.
I had all sorts of fun this weekend.
Wow.
It was a good time.
Well, there's smiles, there's some sadness, there's some laughs, there's some tears, and there's people on hold. So we'll get to all that. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. I got more money for you. First keyword this afternoon for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard. Bookie is coming up at 2:30.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Hey, Cleveland, this is Jason and Dana. Are you fed up with crazy expensive cell phone bills that barely give you enough data to stay connected with your crew? Let me tell you about Simple Mobile's new limited time deal. You can get 15 gigabytes for $25 every month. That's 3 times more data than before. It's that simple.
Let me also mention that if you qualify for Lifeline, you could be eligible to, and get this, 15 gigabytes for $15. You heard it right. $15 gets you 15 gigabytes. if you qualify for Simple Mobile Lifeline, a government assistance program. If you're enrolled in programs like SNAP or Medicaid, you may be eligible.
2 great offers from America's simplest wireless service. Visit an authorized Simple Mobile store or find a store near you at simplemobile.com.
Offer valid for a limited time, only at authorized retail locations. New customers only. Requires new activation with external port-in or new number. Taxes and fees may apply. Lifeline cannot be transferred. Limit 1 per household.
Ken Ganley Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is celebrating grand opening specials at all 4 locations. Drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn 4x4, just $249 a month. $249 during Ram Power Days at Ken Ganley Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Aurora, Bedford, Mentor, and Norwalk.
Signing 7,500 miles a year plus tax, tag, title, and dock fee. No security deposit on approved credit.
$500 attempted purchase on plane tickets. What?
Did you know Dollar Bank checking accounts have features to help protect your card from fraud?
Seriously?
You'll get a text when there's suspicious activity with your card. Plus, you can set up real-time alerts on card activity, card controls, or even turn that card off if you need to.
Nice. Thanks for looking out.
You can do what you need at Dollar Bank, your local community bank. Make an appointment at your nearby Dollar Bank office today at dollar.bank/getchecking. Dollar Bank. Let's get you there. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Kevin Moret from Mentality Men's Health. We want to thank those in our community who protect us. Firefighters, police officers, paramedics, and our military. Mentality stands behind those who keep us safe and free. To thank all those that serve our community, we would like to extend a blood test of the numbers every guy should know: cholesterol, PSA, and testosterone. These dashboard numbers are vital for men's health. We know our safety depends on your strength. Schedule your first responder lab at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com, and thank you for your service.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Brr, getting chilly. Time to tune up that furnace.
Mother Nature?
Now hold on.
Whoa, there's 2 of you?
Keep that AC running and get ready for an Indian. Don't go there. Fine. Guardian summer. Come on. The leaves are changing. Ohio weather. What can I say?
Come on, ladies. Let's come up with a solution.
Don't get stuck between seasons. Call Mitchell's for your $190 AC and furnace tune-up today and be ready for whatever Mother Nature throws your way.
In the criminal justice, prosecutors bring the charges, and judges make sure justice is done. Prosecutors have to be tough, and judges have to be fair. And in the Ohio criminal justice system, Megan Shanahan has been both a prosecutor and a judge. Sending hundreds of dangerous criminals to prison, no prosecutor was tougher than Megan Shanahan.
A child rapist was sent to prison today. Before she won the case, prosecutor Megan Shanahan told the jury that they should...
And then, Megan Shanahan became a judge. With more than a dozen years on the bench, Judge Shanahan has presided over some of the most difficult criminal and civil cases in Ohio. You want law and order on the Ohio Supreme Court? Then you want Judge Megan Shanahan, a defender of the Constitution. Shanahan, Judge Megan Shanahan for Ohio Supreme Court.
Paid for by Shanahan for Ohio.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-608-0955. 800-608-0955. 800-608-0955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Traffic. From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if an auto accident caused you injury, call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Looks like I-90 eastbound has been reopened from an earlier accident between Route 84 and 7 in Ashtabula. You have another crash East 93rd at Elizabeth Avenue, and construction closing down Liberty Road in Solon between Bainbridge and Pettibone. That's for resurfacing through Wednesday. See a crash, give us a call, 216-986-8888. I'm Mike Ross in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Medical Mutual, Ohio's hometown medical insurer.
Cleveland seniors, make the right call for better Medicare benefits with Medical Mutual. Call 1-866-966-9338 to find a plan today. Enroll by December 7th.
A wicked good time is waiting for you now inside the free iHeart app, and it starts with commercial-free Halloween radio. It's the ultimate Halloween soundtrack for the season with spooky hits,
The Monster Man.
fun throwbacks, and all the essential Halloween anthems. Open the free iHeart app, search Halloween radio, and listen now.
iHeart Radio.
Free never sounded so good. The Alan Cox Show.
You guys are a bunch of morons, and I love it.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. If you want to watch the show, the live stream is on the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. And about 10 minutes from now, or thereabouts, I will have the next chance for you to win $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Still plenty of opportunities for you to grab some of that money. So that next chance here is a few minutes away. Hey, Trish.
Hi.
Hi. Don't you sound
Happy
perky
Monday.
and peppy and all those good things?
Well, I wanted to talk to Mary about her fall because I fell off my porch earlier this year and the Ring doorbell caught the entire thing.
Oh, I thought you meant you wanted to talk to Mary about her autumn. You mean her actual physical, her autumn's going
so
great,
funny.
probably. Oh,
I
come
am-
on, like a leaf.
I am that girl.
Yep.
With autumn. I am that girl. I love fall.
I can hear it in your
But I
voice,
digress.
Trish. You have an I'm big on autumn kind of timbre to your voice.
Pumpkin spice everything.
Right.
But hey, I sent the Ring doorbell video to my family. We have a group family text. Not one person asked if I was okay. They all thought it was hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
And I went to the ER, and I ended up breaking my foot. And I was in a boot for 6 weeks, and I bedazzled the boot.
Yeah, there you go.
What's it all about? No, Mary was gone that day last week, and Bill and I kind of mentioned, it was brought to our attention. I don't know that I would have thought about it, but a handful of listeners, Mary, wondered if, because you are a believer in karma, and because you are on record as really enjoying videos of people falling and getting hurt,
I know.
that you sent yours. I don't know if you posted the one you sent us.
I'm going to post it right now on Mary Santora Comedy.
The initial fall
Yeah.
down the stairs.
I'll post it on my
I
Instagram.
want to see it.
Yeah,
I wish you could see me miss the step because it almost looks like I get pushed. You see me coming down the stairs, and then you don't see me miss the step and twist my ankle.
That's why
you
I didn't
see me go down.
I didn't initially realize you were coming down steps. I thought you were on the same floor and just running into the kitchen. I'm like, why is she running into the kitchen?
My pad thai.
Yeah, right. They left the cilantro off of it. Yeah. Okay, good. Make sure you send us that video too, Trish.
I will try with mine. Now, you got to listen all the way to the end, because in the end, I'm trying to convince myself I'm okay, and you hear me whispering, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay.
Mine
and
doesn't
I wasn't
have...
okay.
It's a shock to the system.
Mine doesn't have audio, but I knew the manager of the comedy club. I'm at the comedy club, and the sound room is right off of that little kitchen prep area. But then the showroom is right on the other side of that. So I was trying to get the manager's attention without disrupting the show. So I was like, Joe, like trying to yell.
Some lady back there heckling about her foot.
Joe, I fell down.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. Enjoy the rest of your autumn/fall. Alan, now Mary can watch the Browns again.
She can.
Even though Deshaun Watson is still on the team.
Technically. Not for long.
Yeah. You don't think so?
I watched yesterday. It was the first game I've watched a full game since Deshaun got signed, and it was glorious and wonderful.
What a fun game.
And such a good game.
Such a fun game. And just goes to show you that, Deshaun Watson was the problem. He was not a good quarterback. Now, Jameis Winston got very lucky because there was a bunch of throws that should have been intercepted, but they didn't. And he threw for over 300 yards. He had 3 touchdowns. They came back from deficits 3 times and won the game, and it was amazing.
It was a really good game.
Only people luckier were the Washington Commanders.
Oh, my God. That was amazing, too. I was watching that, and I was like, oh, look at this. Look at this. The Bears are going to have themselves a little road victory here.
We were driving.
Boy, did they not.
We drove back to and back from Jersey, and so it's an 8-hour trip. And I had people blowing me up over the Bears game. I'm like, what? They're like, just go online and watch. I was like, you have got. This dude's off in the corner, like
talking shrimp to the fans.
Oh, God.
And he's the one that slaps the ball.
Yeah, he got
and
the tip.
Tips it instead of knocking it down. Yeah.
Yep. Here's Jameis. He's a big Eminem fan.
Man, it's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem. He said, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity lasts once in a lifetime. And I know I got a quote, Eminem, he from Detroit, he right up the road, but man, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that the Lord provided me with this opportunity. I'm grateful for my teammates, my coaches, and these amazing fans.
Mm-hmm. Listen, Jameis is really into God, too. He gives it all up to the Lord. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing wrong with that. But, yeah, quoting Eminem out there. Well, it's very exciting. Good work by the Browns.
It was a great weekend.
Isn't this going to screw with when they need draft picks?
Jim Donovan.
Isn't this going to screw with the team?
No, because they're going to win the rest of the games this season and win the Super Bowl. Stupid.
Oh, that's okay. No, but I'm just like, why didn't they put this dude in earlier? Because then, they could have been
because they had a $230 million quarterback that they had to say they
act like they
in.
were good. Yeah,
I see. Well, Jameis Winston played baseball and football when he was in college, so if it didn't work out, with the Browns.
He's made.
Why don't you just scoot over the Guardians? If it doesn't, if things don't go his way.
I'm sure he will.
You think so?
Yeah,
He will?
Of course he will.
Oh, that'd be great. And Jimmy Donovan died, too. He passed away while we were gone. I didn't even know that happened until we were literally getting over the Ohio line, and there was a billboard. There was a digital billboard that said R.I.P. Jim Donovan. I was like, oh. Actually, you might have sent it to the group text, but I was drunk and high all weekend long. So
me too.
I had moments of.
Oh no, I didn't end up sending it because I figured everybody would just.
No.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see it until we got back.
I did send an edit
across the
of
state line.
Mary's fall, though.
I can't get the friggin' video to load. I'm going crazy. I need a new phone so bad. I'm like maxed out on all my space and everything, and I'm trying to.
Maxed out on your space?
Delete some of those feet pics.
Yeah, why
I
don't
have
you
to.
delete some pictures?
I am.
Doesn't everything go to the cloud? It's all backed up.
Guess how many pictures I have on my phone?
4,962.
I have a 64 gigabyte phone. I don't know if that changes.
That's not much.
It's not enough.
You have a
I know
64 gig phone?
Especially with how much editing you do on your phone.
You can get like a terabyte now for $12 a month.
Wait a minute. I think it is. How
No,
do
it's
I
got to
tell?
be. What do you have? You have
I
like
have
an iPhone 4?
11 Pro.
It's not that old. You
I
go
got
into
it in 2019.
You go into your settings and it'll tell you.
You go to.
No, it doesn't tell me.
No, you go to
Find
gen-
my
you go to
iPhone.
general.
It'll tell
model.
you.
You go to general, then you go to about.
iPhone
or
storage.
iPhone storage. It's right there. It's the third one down.
Like I have a 128 gig and I've
Yeah.
only used 82 gigs of mine.
I got 128 gig, 112 gigs.
General iPhone storage. Yeah, I have a 64 gigabyte phone. I've used 63.27 gigabytes.
Wow. Why don't you up your plan, homie?
I'm going to get a new phone. I've had this phone for almost 6 years
I know.
now.
I'm just saying in the meantime, you can just get yourself more storage.
I have 19,744 pictures.
Jesus Christ. 18,000 of them are nothing. Guaranteed.
18,000 of them are the cat.
If you're like anybody else of the cat.
Yeah. I took like...
Just take one picture of the cat.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I took 7 of her sleeping the other day because she looked so perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I took some of them in portrait mode.
Yeah, God.
But now I can't get anything to load that I need to load. Like I had to offload my Gmail the other day because I couldn't open anything. I was like, this is an important app.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The next time you're kicking around, elevating your foot or whatever, you should literally go through and delete photos.
I need to.
I do that all the time, boy. I just go through and delete photos. Because you go, because like anything you meme or post or put into your story, it all goes into your photo album.
Yeah.
And they're all backed up anyway.
Right.
So it's like, why are they sitting there?
Here's what I want to do. I want a new phone without any of this stuff on it. Every time I get a new phone, it always transfers everything over. And I'm like, I don't want any of this. I'm like, well, it's connected to the iCloud, so it's going to be on the new phone. And I'm like, I don't want that. I want to have my old phone with all my old pictures that I can have and look at whenever I want. And then I want a brand new empty phone. And they make it seem like that's an impossibility.
Well, because as soon as you connect it, it will connect to your account,
But
so
I
it's
don't
your
want
phone.
that.
Then you have to probably get a new number or
yeah.
something.
But then you would
just
still, but even if
fix
it was
it.
a new number, you would
Yeah,
still
I'm
have
sure.
your...
I'm sure there's a way to do it. It's just very rare that anybody would want to do that, or just get a phone that's got 500 gigabytes or a terabyte of storage, and
It'd be
you
a
can have everything.
$5,000 phone.
Let's get a
You
jitterbug.
in New York, you're used to spending money.
Not like on things I don't need.
It sounds like you need it. You got 20,000 pictures on your phone.
All of the cat.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of the cat.
Man.
New York City.
Why so much of the cat?
Because she's so pretty.
I mean, my dog's pretty cool.
She's
Although
just so
she
pretty.
started puking at like 4 a.m. this morning. It sucks. Ugh.
Yeah.
I was awake, so it didn't wake me up. I'm like, oh my God. Why am I hearing an echo? Well, you hearing an echo on me?
On you?
Yeah.
I'm not. No.
Whoa. Hey. Whoa.
I don't
You
hear
hear a
you.
little echo? That's probably because of our connection, but that's fine. So, yeah, Jim Donovan passed away. 68 years old. That is not an old man. I thought he was a lot older than that. But did the Browns for 25 seasons. Again, I'm not a native. You guys all know this. I can't tell you anything. Bill would be the guy to speak on Jimmy Donovan.
He was great.
Right?
He was great.
Well, all I
He was
saw were just
incredible, yeah.
nonstop accolades. I mean, well-deserved, obviously. I mean, anybody who is kind of, sports.
I mean, he's the voice of the Browns. What
yeah,
else can you
sports
say?
broadcasters.
He was a guy that could make the Browns game sound exciting even when a lot of them weren't. He was always upbeat about the Browns, and then also is a man that fought leukemia for the past dozen years.
Yeah.
And he never really let it get to him he was still fighting it, taking the time he needed, coming back. He's just a great guy to look up to and a great broadcaster at that.
You got to give it up for the great broadcasting legends.
Mm-hmm.
But he was just like he was a TV guy before the Browns.
Yeah, he was
sports anchor guy.
He did sports for KYC, and he's just he's a fixture.
Years.
Yeah, he's a fixture. Like I can't think of a moment in my life where I didn't see Jim Donovan on TV. Or
right.
Did he host a game show for a while too? Did he?
I don't know.
I thought he hosted like one of the local game shows, like the one that the
Cash
students
Explosion
do,
Double Play?
something like that.
No, the one the students do is called the Academic Challenge.
Yeah,
I was on that in high school. I was on that team.
But yeah, Jim
It was a
Donovan was
creepy dude when
incredible.
I was there.
You were on the Academic Challenge on TV.
It was a guy who was like, I wasn't one of the best, so I didn't get to go when we actually recorded it. But I was on the team when we would go around to other schools and compete, but I didn't get to be on the show. The guy who hosted the show was like a younger dude who was like just attractive enough to think he could hit on 18-year-olds.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a very gross vibe from the
Hey, yeah, I like smart girls.
Yeah, it was.
Let's see if you can win.
He was like cute and probably in his late 20s, but it was very much like, brother, I'm in high school.
He might as well have been
what are
50.
You doing? Yeah, for sure. But it wasn't Jim Donovan. I know that. I can say that for sure.
Right. Well, Jim Donovan, and, you can go back far enough with him over at Channel 3, like when Dick from Dayton calls us and talks about Gib Shanley, because Dick's old, so he whips out all those old names. Jimmy Donovan in there as well. I assume we all met Jim Donovan at some point? Just
I don't know if I actually did.
I met him very briefly one time.
I may have run into him. I don't think I ever actually met him, though.
I don't think anybody had an unkind word to say about Jim Donovan if they have an anecdote about meeting him. You never heard anybody go, oh, that guy, jeez. Everybody's kind of got the same story. And they have a guy they already had a guy to replace him because he had to step down.
He stepped down before the season.
A while ago, yeah.
It's another guy from Cleveland, Andrew Siciliano.
Right.
And he does a good job,
I feel like I know that name. Was he like a broadcaster or like a radio guy or something? I know that name.
He does stuff for NFL Network, and then he'll do fill-ins for different sports shows. And he used to do there was a separate feed for NFL Red Zone that was just for DirecTV, and he would do that feed. So he's bounced around in the sports world for a while.
Jim Donovan was from Boston, as his name would imply, but he had been here in Cleveland since 1985. Did NFL broadcasts on NBC from 87 to 97. Those are national gigs. Did the Summer Olympics in 92 and 96, and did the World Cup in 1994. So his bona fides were solid. But there you go. Yeah, I did not know that until we got back across state line, and there was a big digital billboard there in Trumbull County. I got money here for you. It's $1,000. It's a chance for you to grab some money from the Buzzard bookie, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Win. That's win. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I did also want to mention another in memoriam, because I think it bears mentioning for a segment of our audience. Today is the 5th anniversary of the sinkhole that swallowed the Port Authority bus in downtown Pittsburgh.
Oh.
Remember this?
Yeah.
It was 2019 when there was a massive sinkhole that opened up right downtown Pittsburgh, Penn Avenue and 10th Street. If you're familiar with downtown, I lived in Pittsburgh for many years, right near the Westin Hotel there. It was on a Monday because that night the Steelers were playing a Monday night football game at home at Heinz Field. They had to close down 10th Street for a number of weeks. Now, if you've recently been in downtown Pittsburgh, everything is under construction. It's just a series of one-way streets. But 5 years ago today, and there were people on that bus. This happened during rush hour. It was in the 8 o'clock hour. that morning. And a number of people have lived to tell the tale. But that bus will never be the same. And it got a lot of coverage. It was emblematic of what cities all over this country are dealing with infrastructure. And there it is. There's the bus. Oh, my goodness. People walking by, all kinds of looky-loos in the morning there. The entire back half of the bus. So the front of the bus is pointing skyward. But there were people on that bus, people who got hauled off, people taken to local hospitals, checked out. But I have to assume that bus was decommissioned. A lot of people don't know this. Of course, if you work in public transit, you do know this. Perhaps you're an RTA driver or somebody who works on these buses. They're very similar to horses, where if one of these buses goes into a sinkhole, they have to decommission it. You know, if a horse gets hurt, they shoot it. They get one of them Anton Chigurh things, and they take care of it right quick. But 5 years ago today, right there at Penn and 10th, the Pittsburgh sinkhole. I don't know if there's like a little memorial plaque there, whether humorous or otherwise. I can't imagine something that the city wants to call attention to.
Hey, remember when our roads
stopped? Yeah. Listen, it's the back half of the bus is the heaviest part because that's where the engine is located. But it was stopped at a red light. Just stopped. And the back half of the bus sank into the ground. They said that there were only 2 people on the bus, despite this being rush hour. They say that there were more than 10 people on board. So from the jump, there was a degree of cover-up that was being alleged. They go, oh, it was just the driver who was at the front of the bus and a passenger. Both of them got off. They go, no. There were more people than that on that bus. We need to figure out what the real story is. But 5 years ago today, on the eve of a Monday night Pittsburgh Steelers football game, the bus down the sinkhole.
Which there is another one tonight.
Monday night football game tonight.
I don't know if it's in Pittsburgh, but Pittsburgh's playing.
All right. Who are they playing?
They are playing. Who are they playing?
The Buffalo Bills.
No.
They're playing the Giants.
The Giants.
I saw blue.
The Giants.
Yeah.
Yes, they're playing the Giants, and they're playing. It is in Pittsburgh. So there you go.
There you go. Alan, my wife is a screenshot person. This is Alex out in Wadsworth. As of last Friday, she has 128,653 pictures.
I'm a screenshot person, too.
Yeah, but then you delete it.
But you might need it.
For what?
I have screenshots from...
Because when you screenshot something, you immediately send it to people.
No,
Or you post it somewhere.
No, I screenshot when I pay bills.
The royal you. I don't mean you. I mean...
When I pay bills or when I book flights or anything like with any kind of confirmation code. If I buy something online and it's like, hey, here's your confirmation code, email should be arriving soon, I screenshot that page just in case the email never comes. Then I have my screenshot of my confirmation code. I probably have 1,000 pictures like that that are just confirmation codes of things I've paid or bought.
Like screenshots of like a laptop frame or something with.
No, on my phone.
Well, okay, whatever. But I mean, you're like, I paid this bill.
Yes.
Click. So if they ask me,
here's your Verizon confirmation code. Here's code XYZ123.
Yeah, but don't you get? But when you pay your bill, you get a receipt.
What if the email doesn't come? Then you have to prove you actually paid your bill, and good thing you screenshotted your confirmation code. Because if you didn't,
when you pay your bill, it
says
says zero balance, and they have the same information you have.
But what if the system glitches and it says you didn't pay your bill, you owe us money, and you're like,
This seems like a solution for a problem that doesn't exist.
It's a what if. It's a just in case.
Right, but my question is, has that ever happened where you need the screenshot?
I don't think so.
Okay.
And there we have it.
So I was going to say, I think we all pay our bills online now. I've never once taken a screenshot of a confirmation code, and I've also never had an issue.
Because it all gets saved within the system.
Every
and
single one.
They send you email confirmations. Like, there's all sorts of ways to confirm it without screenshotting.
Okay, well,
Just yesterday, okay?
But a month later, when you get the new bill, you could delete the old screenshot.
You could. I only have 3,000 screenshots, so that's not that many.
3,000
Right here.
screenshots.
I'm
Okay. You have
screenshotting,
them
like,
in
my
their
bank
own
account.
folder?
Yeah.
Okay.
My new flight confirmation detail. This is from
She's got like flight cover from years ago.
July 29th. I have my flight confirmation.
Hey, here's an
the date
Uber
it was
receipt from when I was hammered.
Just in case. Because what now?
In case of
this
what?
one I could delete. In case, I don't know, in case they were like, hey, you don't actually have that. You know? Now I have it. Now I know. My Zelle, when I sent through a Zelle. to
Right,
my
but what
landlord,
I'm saying
July
is
7th.
you could also go into your bank app.
What if it doesn't show up?
No. If you had any problems, you could go to your bank app, screenshot your balance sheet, and go, there it is, paid on Wednesday the 8th.
But what if it doesn't show up, Alan?
That's what I'm
and
saying. What if it doesn't
remember,
What
she's
if it
never
do-
used this. She just does it.
Right, what if?
It's never, I've never needed it.
Listen, there's no downside of planning, but when you have a 64 gig phone and you've used 63 of them.
63.7.
Wow, yeah. All right, well, whatever. Good for you. I got to take a break. Hey, want to go see the band Pop Evil from Grand Rapids, Michigan? They're on a co-headlining run with Bad Wolves, Pop Evil and Bad Wolves on the Animal Instinct Tour. And they're going to play November 12th. It's not far off. It's a Thursday night at Temple Live. Now through this Friday, by the way, at midnight, we've got $10.07 tickets at Ticketmaster.com if you use the promo code WMMS. That's through November 1st at midnight. Otherwise, I will give you a pair on the way back. 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Have you ever thought you came into a bunch of money and then you didn't? You're so disappointed.
I got the Publishers Clearinghouse check once as a child, and I remember I took it on the bus to prove to everybody, like, I'm rich and sweet now. This will be my last day on the bus.
You took it on the bus.
And everybody really laughed at me.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports, presented by e.l.f. Beauty. Over the weekend, the Las Vegas Aces announced they're not renewing the contract of general manager Natalie Williams, who led the team to back-to-back WNBA championships in 2022 and 2023. That makes 3 current WNBA teams now searching for a new GM, with the Aces joining the Washington Mystics and Dallas Wings, not to mention the Toronto and Portland expansion teams that begin play in 2026. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
84% of sports fans are into women's sports, but they only get 15% of the media coverage. Doesn't add up. As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports, e.l.f. Beauty is serious about igniting conversations that'll reshape the future of sports. Join the movement at elfbeauty.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you can trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Cleveland climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber offers support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Your Halloween soundtrack starts with Halloween Radio on the free iHeart app.
With your hands on your hips.
Plus custom playlists
want to go see Pop Evil and Bad Wolves. They are co-headlining the Animal Instinct Tour. It's going to happen Thursday, November 12th over at Temple Live at the Cleveland Masonic. So it's about a week and a half away. Now through Friday, this Friday, November 1st at midnight, or while they have them, there are a limited number of tickets you can get for $10.07. Go to Ticketmaster.com. Use the promo code WMMS. Get them for cheap if you strike out with me. Here you can get them for free. 2 tickets for caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
They've been described as juvenile, ridiculous, moronic, smug, and unlistenable. They've also gotten some bad reviews.
I give it 2 thumbs in my ears so I don't have to listen.
It's the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, don't look now, but your Cleveland Cavaliers haven't lost a game yet in the regular season. How about that? It's a long season, but still. You can bask in the glory of the Cavaliers. LeBron and Bronny will be in town on Wednesday night. I have to assume there'll be some kind of hullabaloo for that game. But the Cavs are in New York tonight to play the Knicks. The Knickerbockers at Madison Square Garden. I don't think anything's happened there recently, so it'll be interesting to see the Cavs take the floor. Knicks are 1-1. Your Cavaliers are 3-0, going for that number 4. And the coach of the Knicks, it's not Tom Thibodeau still, is it? Who coaches the Knicks?
Yeah, it's still Tibbs.
It is. Oh, good for him. Loved him on the Bulls. He says the Cavs have a fantastic offense. Maybe he's trying to play mind games with them. I don't know. But I don't want to get into the Trump, Tony Hinchcliffe stuff yet.
Okay.
Everybody's asking me about it, and I'm not ready to get into it yet.
We're not there yet.
I had a bunch of fun this weekend. I got things I want to talk about. You want to talk about Halloween?
Well, Halloween's this week, Bill.
I know, but I had a big Halloween party.
Big Halloween party, right? You dressed up as Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll was a
Dude, you
big
nailed it.
hit.
You nailed it.
Thank you. I gained all this weight just for that costume.
Well, I was going to say, yeah. I mean, you it's face tattoos, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Face
he
tattoos?
also kind of looks like it. Maybe it's just like
'Cause he's
being a
big.
big bearded
big
dude.
guy,
Yeah.
beard.
When Skinny Bill comes back, he ain't going to be able to do Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll's lost 100 pounds.
And Bill,
Not till you
Skinny
notice
Bill is
it.
coming back too.
Why is Skinny Bill coming back?
I can't talk about it yet.
Uh-oh.
That sounds like an endorsement opportunity.
That's correct. But
I'm
so
Bill Squire for
he'll be taking over Chipotle low-cal bowls probably or something. There you go.
But yeah, so Saturday was the Medina Oddfellows Halloween bash at the Common Ground, which Medina's so different from when I lived there. The Common Ground is a big collective of like artists and vintage resellers, and
it's not a coffee shop.
No,
Oh,
it's
okay.
they have a bar in it. They got it's just a big warehouse that they've converted into different spaces for you can do events there.
Do they serve coffee?
I think there is a coffee shop in there somewhere, but I don't think they were open during this. But it was all catered. There was a big costume contest. There was casino games. They raised a ton of money for Special Olympics in Medina. So we had over 500 people come out. So that was awesome. And within this building, there's also a tattoo shop that happened to be run by this dude, Anthony, that is friends with my daughter's boyfriend. And my daughter and her boyfriend were at this party. So we went and hung out in there. And me and my girlfriend, towards the end of the night, were like, we should get a tattoo. And so we did. We both got little spooky tattoos to kind of commemorate, because we just kind of hit a year together too. So.
Aw.
Yeah.
1 year anniversary matching tattoo?
Well, they're not matching. They're still very individual to us. We just got them at the same time. So
No, when Gaylord called last week, you didn't want to talk about your anniversary.
Oh, I want to do it on my own terms. Gaylord's not my boss.
Your boss. Gaylord calls to wish Bill and his girlfriend a happy 1 year anniversary, and you didn't want to talk about it.
Well, maybe I like to do things my own way. So,
But you didn't know you were going to get a tattoo.
I didn't, but then I did. So I'm like, all right, well, let's talk about it.
I see.
And again, it's not a tattoo that is. We just were like, hey, this will be fun to get.
And
They're
what
not
is
matching.
the tattoo?
So I got.
Did you get it on your face to complete?
Yes, I got it. As you can see, it's on my face. No, I got it on my forearm where I'm kind of just collecting random tattoos, and you can see it on my Instagram story. And on my Instagram, I made a post with Jelly Roll, and the tattoo that I got is a ghost because I wanted to get something that was like Halloween themed. So I
is it invisible?
I
Like
said,
it's a ghost?
Yeah.
I want to like a classic ghost, and the Anthony, the tattoo artist, he's like, "What if we add some sexy legs to it?" And I was like, "That's hilarious,
Sexy legs."
So let's do that. Here you go, Alan.
Sexy legs on the. Okay, yeah, I got it.
Yeah, and you can.
How long did you have to sit for that?
It took about 40 minutes or so.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Nothing too. A lot of lines because it's got stockings and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that was at the end of the night. Before that was the. There was just all sorts, Disco Inferno was playing, and then we did the big costume contest with the grand prize being $1,000.
right.
So people went for it. There was so many great costumes, and it was a little later in the night than we had planned on doing it. But you know how those events get. Things kind of get away from people. So we did it at about 11 o'clock, and everybody was
hammered.
Lit up.
ready. Yeah, well, they were full. It was All Hallows Eve, but they were hammered, and the stage was set up in a way where there was like different levels to it, and there was a higher level, and in between it there was straw, and people kept stepping on the hay bales and falling into the stage.
Oh, God.
And it wasn't far enough that it was like they were getting hurt, but it was far enough that when they try and pull their leg out, their shoes would keep coming off. So I am crying, laughing, because I keep saying, don't step on the hay, don't step on the hay. And they step on the hay, and their foot goes down.
You're like a hay referee.
Yeah, and they pull their foot up, and shoe is gone again. And so then they have to, in a costume, get down on their hands and knees and try and pull their shoe out from under the stage. So that happened to about 4 different people. And the winner of there were some real good ones, but the winner of the overall $1,000 was a Grim Reaper, but he had like one of those big, he was like a 12-foot tall.
Like a Monty Python salmon moose Grim Reaper.
Yeah,
He was on stilts?
No, it's like it was like it was his regular legs, but it would like go on his shoulders, and then the head was like another 6 feet above.
From the
his
shoulders
head.
up, it was huge.
Yeah, it was crazy.
So it wasn't a sexy ghost with legs.
There wasn't
that
any sexy costumes, really.
Really?
There was, but I think the
That's
sexy
a bummer.
costume. I mean, my girlfriend.
It's the only reason the Grim Reaper won.
Yeah. Well, I don't think people would have gone for it either. There are a few people that
Not
had
that kind of crowd.
had some stuff out, but I think people, there was a guy dressed up as Trump working at McDonald's.
When it's that much money, though, I think people take it seriously.
Yeah,
they do.
They're
but
like, I
girls,
wanna be spooky.
I did 1 billion of these back in the day, and the hot nurses always won. Didn't matter how much work. I'm glad that guy won.
I feel like that's a back in the day thing too,
Generational.
because now like you see hot girls in their on Instagram and stuff like that, so there's not as much thirst for that kind of thing on Halloween.
I
like there
guess,
used to
yeah.
be.
I mean, it's not stopping girls from dressing slutty on Halloween, though.
Well, this was a predominantly not slutty event.
Oh, that's a bummer.
No, it was great. It was really fun. Like there weren't a bunch of slutty costumes, but there was a lot of fun ones, and ones that people put a ton of time into, which I enjoy a lot.
Who was the first runner-up?
The McDonald's Trump.
Oh, Trump McDonald's. Okay.
Yeah, because it was an audience vote, and obviously in Medina there was a lot of support for that.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. So
he dressed up. He dressed up, and this person dressed up.
But it was funny. It was a good. It was very topical. He looked the part.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit thinner Trump.
Of course.
Taller too. Better
Yeah.
posture, but. It was fun, and
not slouched and fat.
Yeah.
Well, then it's the attention to detail that put you in second place, sir.
Yeah. But the whole event was so much fun. Food was good. The staff, those Odd Fellows, I didn't know much about them, but I like them, and they throw a good party. And the tattoo was fun.
We were at this wedding in Jersey, and the day of the wedding itself was on Friday. And so the wedding, it's the reception. And it was very loose. I mean, it wasn't like a big sit-down thing. Everybody was kind of milling around, and they had high tops, but there was food all over the place. And so it was a lot of us who hadn't seen each other in a few years, all of our Chicago friends who have really kind of spread out. They're coming from Denver and Detroit and San Francisco. And our friend who was getting married, he and his girlfriend, she's from Jersey, but he has grown up with my wife. They've known each other since kindergarten. And so anyway, I'm one of our friends who still lives in Chicago. I hadn't seen him in a minute. And I'm going to get a drink. And he goes, I posted a photo of this, by the way, too, on my Instagram. But he goes, hey, have you been in the men's room yet? And I go, no, is it a mess? Thinking somebody's already in there vomiting, somebody's already taken a massive, and he just kind of looks at me and he goes, you'll see. And I go, ooh, I can't wait. So I find the men's, because I haven't been there yet, and it's in this place in Seagirt, New Jersey. We're literally it's on the shore. We're literally 2 blocks from the water there. This place called the Parker House, which is this really old, beautiful event space. I'm sure it was the hoi polloi was in full effect there, but 1858, this place has been set up. So anyway, it's kind of old wooden floors, and I'm trying to find where the men's room is. And I open the door, and there's a cardboard standee of me from when I did my Mountain Dew Circle K Purple Thunder campaign.
Hell yeah.
From a couple summers ago. And I had forgotten that I had mailed our friend Matt, who was the groom. I forgot that I had mailed him one when I did the campaign, because he texted me, he goes, bro, you have to send me one of those. And they would put it next to their tree and put a hat on it and all this kind of stuff. And so but I had forgotten that I had done it. Well, apparently everybody knew this was in there but me. Gwen knew. There had been conference calls about this, about where it was going to be and to bring it. So I go to tell her, and she goes, oh, I know. Literally everybody knew but me. Now, mind you, there were a lot of people at this wedding who did not know me, had no clue what the cardboard guy was about.
Are you the bathroom Mountain Dew?
Right. And I said, really, the people I feel the worst for are the people who are trying to scan that QR code, because the campaign's over and
they're missing out.
Right. And then I forgot that I had sent it to him and his now wife. And by the end of the night, I had forgotten it was in there at all. So he sent me a photo later on of them putting it in the dumpster. And I said it should have been in there a long time ago. But the proportions of this thing were so strange that it's just weird. When they had first come to me a couple summers ago and said, this is what we want to do. And I was like, I'm not really down with that. But, I'm Captain Fun. I said, sure, thinking that it would be rendered as a life-size cardboard cutout.
How tall is it? Like 3 feet?
It looks like me, kind of shrunken
5
down,
feet tall.
But my hand is huge because they had to put the QR code on it. And so it looks like you're looking at me in kind of a parallax, like I'm fading down to the feet. Yeah, it's very strange. And, my face is already large enough, so I'm not trying to. So that was pretty wild. So then later on, I stumble back into the men's, forgetting that it's there, and it's standing there still. But they got rid of it, and it was fine. It was fine.
That's great.
Yeah,
I love it.
That's a fun surprise. I like that.
Yeah, I would have died laughing.
Well, yeah, because I'm like, what is this? And for
it had to be so out of your mind to even think that was like you said, a few years ago, so you're not even thinking about that. And you walk in there.
And it's not your wedding.
Yeah.
Right. I would have loved to have seen somebody who had no clue who I was. Because it was a lot of people we didn't know, obviously. Because
did anybody come up to you and be like, "Hey, bathroom guy"?
No, but there were a couple of people that kind of, because my hair was short in that thing, and I was wearing I had a suit on the other night, so no. I thought maybe one person might,
Were you just standing by it like, huh?
What do you think? No, I didn't do anything.
Oh, this is embarrassing that this is here. I wonder why.
But I kind of felt bummed out, too, because I was fully expecting to walk in and see somebody hurling all over the place or somebody with, nuclear-grade diarrhea destroying the men's.
Nope, just your giant head.
Just me in cardboard relief. Alan, I broke both ankles 10 minutes apart from each other. The ER said they're mirror breaks, and they had never seen anything like it.
That's crazy.
I ended up with pins and plates in surgery in both ankles. Yeah, that's wild.
That sucks.
I don't know how you get that, but
Fall down twice.
oh man. We were on Saturday night. We had dinner first, and then we were meeting our friends at this place called the Asbury Ale House. And so we're walking in. It's Saturday night, so there's a lot of people in costume, like Bill's thing, right? They're doing a costume contest. This is a huge place. A lot of our friends from Michigan, they want to watch the Michigan State game. But it's also World Series weekend, too, and we're in Jersey, and it's tons of people rooting for the Yankees, who, you might have noticed, haven't won a game yet. Dodgers are steamrolling these guys.
Yay.
Is it
So-
two?
They're
or
down
three?
2 games. They're down
Two
2.
to,
that's
two
what I
games.
thought.
So we're walking down the street and walking into this ale house or whatever, and I look across the street, and there's a concert venue there. And it turns out there's a band, a very heavy band that I love, playing that night. A band called Kubla Khan TX. And it's on the thing. I go, oh my God. But we're supposed to hang out. And Gwen's like, why don't you just go to the show? Why don't you go across the street to the show? I go, it's probably sold out. And there's one other guy in this whole group of people at this wedding who I met literally like the night before, but he's like a big metal guy like I am. And I go, dude, you see who's playing across the street? And he goes, yeah. And I go, I'm going to go over there and see what's up. Mary would like these guys. You'd probably like Kubla Khan TX. Once they start singing, that's when you dig it.
I love Kubla Khan.
I mean, these are guys who call themselves Kubla Khan, and then somebody goes, hey, we're already calling ourselves that. They go, all right, we'll just put TX on the end, and then, that way people can geolocate us or whatever. Anyway, I walked across the street and talked to the doorman, and he's like, sold out.
Dang. Were you like, listen, I just want to come for the opener anyway?
Yes! No, I want to see them, but it hadn't even occurred to me while we were making plans for this trip to see if bands were playing nearby. It didn't even occur to me.
Every trip I take.
I normally
see what
do, but
concerts
this
are
was going to
around.
be like wedding stuff and a bunch of friends of ours we hadn't seen. So I'm like, because we were at a hotel. This hotel, Jesus Christ, by the way, the hotel. A bunch of friends of ours, they all rented an Airbnb, which wasn't too far from us. So we'd go over there and drink and F around or whatever. But our hotel, I like walk in, I go, you have got to be. I was so hot when I walked into this hotel. Because it's a really nice hotel.
Hot mad or hot
Hot mad.
temperature?
I was hot mad.
Okay.
I was big mad. Because it's called the Hotel Saint Laurent, I think is okay. It's like $350.
Like the fashion brand?
That's Yves Saint Laurent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hotel.
But I'm saying, is it connected?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
No, I think they.
Anyway, go ahead,
it's one of these old. It's in a residential neighborhood, so it's one of these old houses they converted into like a boutique hotel,
Yeah,
right?
I hate boutique hotels.
Gwen loves them.
I really hate them.
And 9 times out of 10, they're okay. We've stayed at those kinds of places all over the place, right?
In the ass. Everything's out of date. Nothing works right.
I
old.
like a chain. I'm sorry.
I do too.
I'll splurge. We can stay at the
Consistency.
Ritz-Carlton.
Yeah.
But I'm like, anyway. But this place, we were looking at it, and I booked this like 2 months ago. But it's like $350 a night. Okay, we're gonna be there for 3 nights, so whatever. I go, okay. I mean, it looks nice, whatever. And they send you the information. Hey, you can check in. We're on the road Thursday. Check in on the app. Blah blah blah. Get all the parking information. Great. Well, the parking information is we don't have parking. So you got to get a spot in the street. I'm like, okay. So anyway, we got this because and there's a restaurant in it and a lounge and like all this cool like hipstery stuff, whatever. Well, there's no elevator. I mean,
that was going to be the first thing I said, is that those boutique hotels are usually so old, or they're like historical buildings, historic buildings that they're not allowed to update the infrastructure. So they almost never have
I'm like,
elevators.
legally, I didn't think they could do that. But then I was
They
like,
can't-
well,
they
if they're
can't change
historical,
them. Yep.
they can't. So
I hate 'em.
And my wife, she packs like she's going to Tanzania for a month, right? So going up they put us on the third floor, top floor. So we're up 3 flights of these narrow steps. I'm like, oh my God. So we get up there, you got to put a code in the door or whatever. So there's no parking, there's no elevator, there's no fridge in the room, which is not the end of the world, but whatever. The bed is like a Murphy bed. So we never put it up, but I mean, it goes up and you sit on the couch or whatever you want, Not a whole lot going on in the room. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
They're bare.
And when you check in, the lady goes, now there's a credenza at the end of the hall that's going to have all of your lifestyle needs. And I go, I don't know what you're talking about. She's like, oh, it's got, like toiletries and things in it. And there's like one iron.
Yeah.
At the end of the hall. Yeah, at the end of the hall. And I'm like, okay. I mean, whatever. It's fine. We weren't going to be spending a lot of time in there anyway. But I'm like, so when it was time to check out and leave a review, I said, this place is laughably overpriced. This is off season, by the way, in Jersey.
Yeah.
Uber driver was telling me, he goes, oh, that place in the summertime is like $600 a night. I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me.
Those old hotels have no amenities.
There was a dude overnight one night. It was like, and we were getting back late anyway. We weren't crashing until like, 2:30. And a bunch of our friends were staying in the hotel too, so we could see them. But there was some guy in the middle of the night, like 4:30, who's banging on his door because he can't find his code. And there's nobody there. It's not like you can call housekeeping. There's like a girl in front of a laptop at an old-timey desk in the lobby, right? Mm-hmm. It's like an old house. So normally those places I really don't have a problem with, but I'm like, if I'm paying that kind of money, man, I better have everything I need in this place.
I stayed at one time on the road that had a shared bathroom.
Oh,
that it had like a bathroom per floor, and I was like, "This is
but was it $350 a night?"
No, it was.
That's what I'm saying.
Still like $150, but you don't have a bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
You have to leave your room to go pee,
and
hope nobody's blowing it up.
So I won a contest in Columbus like 15 years ago, a comedy contest, and the prize was you get an audition for a Comedy Central spot on a show called Live at Gotham. And so they gave me $500 as a prize and then $500 to book the hotel. And my wife at the time, she's like, oh, I'll book the hotel. And she goes to a boutique hotel.
Yeah.
And we get there. And first of all, they have an elevator, but there's a guy that's supposed to run it.
Yeah,
it's one of those
like the
little
elevator
ones.
operator with the chain,
but
not chain doors.
He
what
wasn't.
are those called? The gates?
The gates, yeah. So he wasn't there when we got there. So we get in the elevator, and she's like, I guess we just do it ourselves. And I was like, okay. And so I run it, and I like go up there, and then we hear the guy goes, hey, come back here. And so then I bring it back down.
It's a union job.
Yeah. And then he takes us up to our room, and it is a galley room.
Yeah.
It is a single bed that is not a bed. It is literally a bench.
A cot.
Like it was a bench basically with a pad on it, and there's 2 of us, and I am a big guy, and she felt so stupid, and she is. And because then also like the hotel, we didn't have a bathroom. You had to walk down and so it was basically like an old fashioned YMCA that they turned into a boutique hotel. Now the shower was that was the one good thing about it, was the shower was really nice, but you still had to walk down the hall to use it.
Yeah, then you're walking back to your room in a towel.
Yeah.
Unless you take all your stuff with you.
Right.
Yeah,
it was insane. And we couldn't even fit on we slept there one night, just huddled together. And then the next night, I had the worst night of sleep. My audition went not great because I was miserable the whole day. And then we got back to the hotel for our second night staying there. And I was like, can we just go home? And then we drove through the night to just get home rather than stay in that stupid boutique hotel again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still mad about that.
Sometimes they're great. I mean, we've stayed at places like that in Toronto, which are awesome, and other cities too. But this place, I was like, in the off season, I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. and it was disappointing, to say the least. Okay, I'm going to break here. You want to get a text in 35192 if you're listening to us on iHeartRadio, the app. You can leave messages there if you like. I got another $1,000 straight ahead of you. 3:30 is that next keyword that's going to give you $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
About 5 minutes away from $1,000. Next keyword from the Buzzard bookie. So listen for that. Cavs basketball tonight. They're in New York to play the Knicks. I also have a new promo code for you for CLE Clothing Company. If you, there's only a couple of days remaining to use the promo code ERIE, E-R-I-E, like the lake. It's right over here. I don't know if you've ever checked it out, but, boy, it's something. I'm sorry?
I've been meaning to.
You should.
Yeah, it's right
couple
out
of
my
blocks
window.
away.
All I have to do is look outside.
All you got to do is pull those blinds apart, and there it is.
I don't even have blinds. I just have to turn my head.
You don't want people peeping into your windows, do you?
Not really.
People with drones, Bill.
Yeah, peep away.
All right.
I have them for my bedroom. I just don't have them for my living room.
Yeah. Thursday, last day of the month, Halloween, of course, but come Friday, you're going to need a new promo code for 20% off at CLE Clothing Company.
Turkey.
No?
Not turkey.
Gobble.
You won't get it. How about if I tell you that?
Mary Santora's birthday.
Use promo code Mary Santora's birthday, all one word, for 20% off.
Election. Freedom.
Is it
Veterans.
Thanksgiving themed?
It
or
is sports
themed.
Football. Goalpost.
What is going to go away when the team goes to Brook Park?
Stadium?
The stadium's not going to go away. It'll still be there.
Commerce?
Muni lot.
Muni! M-U-N-I. Not to be confused with the great Scott Muni, who, of course, was a legend of New York radio for many years. Muni, as in municipal lot. I assume it's short for municipal. Come November, starting Friday, you can use the promo code MUNI, M-U-N-I, for 20% off at CLEclothingco.com.
You know what else is on Friday?
What else is on Friday? You're talking about this Friday.
This Friday.
November the 1st.
The audio album for We're Getting Famous, the special that I filmed last year at the Agora, is out this Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So you can pre-order right now.
The audio album.
Yes.
Feels redundant.
Yeah. Well, I'm just being very clear for everybody.
Wait, is it on vinyl?
We're doing a vinyl release.
Oh, that's great.
That's still coming later. But it's going to be available wherever you get your music. iHeartRadio app.
Uh-huh.
On there.
It's going to be on the iHeartRadio app?
Yeah.
Now, like it is with this show, will it be interrupted by poorly timed commercials?
I sure hope not.
Oh, boy. Right when you're giving your punchline, right when you're driving it home to the end there.
Yeah. But you can
they'll
pre-order
cut
it
in
now.
with something.
You can pre-order now. If you go to billsquire.com, I got a link up there, or you can go to my Instagram. There's a link on my bio. So pre-order. It's such a good album. It's so fun. So please do that.
We have a new contender for worst national anthem.
Uh-oh.
You might remember the ones that we've played in the past. I love playing the guy who can't remember. He just keeps talking about the rockets and the bombs and the thing.
Everything's there.
Yep, everything's there.
At the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars were so gallantly there, as the rockets were there, and the twilight's last gleaming, and the rocket's red glare were so gallantly there. Burst stripes were all there, and the rockets were there.
Mm-hmm. Never stop, never stopping. That's his motto. Listen, somebody might look at a flag and go, hey, where'd the stripes go? He wants you to learn. The stripes are still there.
They were there.
A singer named Loomis went viral after singing the national anthem at the, get this, presidential debate for third-party candidates.
Hell yeah.
I don't know who those are. RFK Jr. is out.
Jill Stein?
Yeah, Jill Stein. Her own family wants her to drop out. These third-party candidates are all running to get Trump elected, so they're all spoiler candidates. But I didn't even know they were doing you want to talk about something ineffectual. Anyway, Loomis went off the rails. I obviously can't play you the unedited version. Dropped a bunch of F-bombs. I think maybe she had a brain fart and didn't realize she was live.
Like America F, yeah?
And was thinking that the bombs bursting in air part is what jammed her up. But I think she wanted to do it over, and they're like, we're live right now. We can't do this over.
Who's brought stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. Can I go back? Can I go back, please?
We're live.
I got too nervous.
I don't know how this is making the rounds at all, because I can't imagine anybody watched this. So,
The night that our flag was still there. Whoa, say does that star spangled for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I mean, I can't tell if she's a good singer or not. She's doing a lot of runs, but I can't tell if she's a good singer.
Like, why? It's the national anthem. You don't got to do that much.
Well, but everybody does.
But why?
Because the template is there. You either do, and the stripes were all there, or you do. Everybody thinks they're Patti LaBelle, right? I mean, but again, she might be a great singer. I've never heard of her. That doesn't mean anything, but I've never heard of her before. But I can't tell if she's a good singer. And that's really, when you get in your own head with the anthem, that really jams you up.
Yeah.
Right? Because all you're thinking is, don't screw it up, don't screw it up. Boom. Can I start over? We're live.
Yeah.
They literally should have said to her, yes, feel free to start over. I don't know where this is being broadcast. I don't know if this is on YouTube.
We got nothing going on.
I don't know what this is. Yeah. She issued an apology, of course. She said, I promise I'm a good singer. She's cute. She's younger than she sounds. To me, she sounded older. She sounded like, a singer in their mid-50s or, but she's young. A lot of people might be hip to Loomis. I might not be on board with this, but I had never. I was not familiar with her. But she wanted everybody to know that she is a good singer. And here she is.
You're going obviously insanely viral on the internet for your C-SPAN national anthem. What happened?
Girl, so let me start out by saying I am the daughter of a veteran. So, Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't want to mess up the national anthem.
Is this how you got the gig, or how'd you get the gig?
No, because I really do sing, and I'm really a good singer, I promise you. So what happened?
Okay, anyway, I don't know where they found her, but she wants everybody to know that she really is a good singer.
Sometimes you biff it, man.
Sometimes you do. Yeah. She said she wasn't thinking clearly because she was so nervous. And who can't identify with that? It's the scariest thing to happen to me since I was a little girl. Well, it didn't happen to you. It's like she was walking
to it.
She was walking down the street and the national anthem fell on her.
Gallantly streaming, and the rockets
too much.
Can I go back? Can I go back, please?
Too much.
Bomb bursting, and I got too nervous.
Oh, anywho, best of luck to Loomis. She's fantastic. Okay, so a lot of people have been asking me, Donald Trump had a white power rally at Madison Square Garden, and Tony Hinchcliffe performed. And Tony Hinchcliffe, he's been on this show before a couple of times over the years, and a lot of people like Tony Hinchcliffe. He does a podcast called Kill Tony. Mary tried to get on the podcast. She waited in line to get on. Hours in line because he did his show at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, sold
like
out
multiple
2 nights,
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sold out 2 nights.
Yeah.
Right. But most people don't know who Tony Hinchcliffe is.
General public.
A lot of these guys that are in kind of like the Rogan verse or they have their own podcasts or whatever.
It's just like music now, too, where people can have so many fans, but you've never heard it because everything's so fragmented now.
So he made a bunch of jokes. If you've watched the full thing, it's only about 12 minutes, and everybody's dunking on Tony Hinchcliffe. I think it's funny. Not him. I don't find his brand of humor funny. It's not for me. It is for a lot of people. But the whole thing to me is funny because he put himself out there. He's like, oh, I'm sure. Because listen, Trump did Rogan last week. There was probably some conversation, and Rogan, he was like, I need a guy for my rally. And Rogan was probably like, talk to Tony Hinchcliffe. Or maybe he threw a couple of names at him. I don't know. It's hard to know anymore what deserves genuine outrage, right? Or righteous anger. I don't know that comedy ever does. He's a comedian. And his mantra is never apologize for a joke. Never, ever apologize for a joke. And so he made the jokes he wanted to make. And he was getting some groans from people. I mean, that's a full-on MAGA crowd.
But here's my point is like, yes, you are a comedian. You were not hired to do a set.
Well, wasn't he?
I assume
what
he was
the hell
hired
else
to
would they
give
bring
a
Tony
speech
Hinchcliffe in? About what? He's a comedian.
About
I guarantee Trump
supporting
didn't.
Trump.
But I don't know that he does.
Okay.
This is what everybody's tacking onto him. Now, it's a dangerous game because now all these people, what are all the, he's trending, but what are all the articles? Who the hell is Tony? Well, but who the hell is Tony Hinchcliffe?
I shared the one from Rolling Stone where he has comedian in quotes. That made me laugh very
But
hard.
he's a legit comedian.
I know, but it just made me laugh that that's what they went with.
Right. I'll play a couple of clips here.
I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico. Okay. All right. Okay. We're getting there. Again, normally I don't follow the national anthem, everybody.
Right. Now, of course, the Trump campaign has come out and said that they do not condone that joke. There was this woman with the campaign who was on one of these cable channels. And she goes, I think everyone there knows that humor doesn't represent Donald Trump. Are you?
We're more specific and way more racist.
Yeah. Not every Trumper's a Nazi, but if you are a Nazi, he seems to be your guy. That seems to be who you're going for. Although, if you remember...
Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
We love Puerto Rico.
Right. Breathless with love for Puerto Rico. So... I don't know. I started out one way on this, and I'm kind of another way on this now. If you're Tony Hinchcliffe,
there's no downside.
There's no downside. Everybody's talking about you. Because listen, I know it's a different time, and it really is, and things change. But this used to be Rickles and Carlin and people that they weren't doing it at political rallies. That's a whole thing. This is a political rally. So making jokes like that in a club, that's very different than this.
I guess that's my point, is that, like, I've been hired to speak at events before.
But there was no way they hired him to give a political speech.
Well, hold on. This is what I'm saying, is that I have been very clear in my questions where I say, do you want me to speak on your cause or do you want me to tell jokes?
Right.
And you have to specifically ask that because they're like, 90% of the time, they're like, we just want you to speak. If you throw in a joke here and there, that's cool, but we don't really want you to go up there and just do jokes.
But what is the point of having a
It's a name. Here's. You want to hear my thought on it? I'm going to tell you anyway.
What do you mean a name?
So Trump, shut up.
Well, no, because Tony Hinchcliffe is not a name. Not to those people. Not to those people.
That's the whole point.
I'm
He's
sure
not going to bring in somebody that his people already know. Trump's whole campaign for the last month has been 100% appealing to young straight white males. That's why he's doing Joe Rogan and Theo Von and Andrew Schultz.
Understood.
And Kill Tony.
Right.
Like, these are all 18 to 25-year-old impressionable
the bros
men who can be radicalized.
And guys, by the way, that I'm sure his kid told him about them.
Well,
it's not like Trump knows who these guys are.
My point is that he's not necessarily caring what he already has the MAGA people.
Right.
So just by Tony Hinchcliffe being there, now he has the 13 million views per episode when Tony reposts this. It's going out to his absolute specific demographic. That's why he chose Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, but there have to be, I'm sure there were a lot of Kill Tony fans in that crowd, but there have to be Kill Tony fans who are not Trumpers.
There's a lot that aren't.
So, but again, if you're an opportunist, and you kind of should be in showbiz, you go, this is a huge crowd.
Yes.
Why wouldn't I do this? And I watched the whole thing, and I know everybody's writing their think pieces on it today, and some of it I agree with. And again, for me, it comes down to that's not my brand of comedy. But I understand why people think it's funny. Here, I'll play another clip here.
It's wild. And these Latinos, they love making babies, too. Just know that. They do. They do. There's no pulling out. They don't do that. They come inside, just like they did to our country. Republicans are the party with a good sense of humor.
Right, so he's kind of making fun of them, and he's also, there's a lot of...
such a weird thing.
It is weird, but that's why I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
Like, two things can be true, right? Seeing liberals get mad over jokes is annoying. Mary's talked about this.
Yes.
And if you see it a lot. She's doing like death stuff about her dad, and there's like kids in Brooklyn that are getting a bag on their face, right?
Right.
So that can be true, but Trump is also a racist and a fascist and a traitor. So those two things can be true. Tony Hinchcliffe has money. He can say whatever he wants to say.
It's not going to affect him at all.
It's not going to. And
he's
now
going to have the
everybody's
highest
talking about
episode
it.
of Kill Tony this week ever.
Right.
So I was talking about this with a few comics at New York Comedy Club, which is Andrew Schultz's home club. And I was saying how I was annoyed that all of these male podcasters are having Trump on, and they're not necessarily putting their support behind him. But I was like, does it not click in their brain how much influence they have? That the predominantly male audiences, that they want to do what Andrew Schultz or Tony Hinchcliffe or Joe Rogan thinks is cool. And if they think Trump is cool, now all those guys are going to think Trump is cool. Regardless of if you agree with that or not, I really do believe that that's the
And
case.
I get that complaint on the part of people. But A, people made their minds up a long time ago. B, that crowd already likes Trump. They want to hear him go goofy. Rogan got the most views and listens ever in his show. And that's a lot with Trump, right? I think he's going to have Kamala Harris, too. He's extended the invitation to both of them. I think she has said she's going to do Joe Rogan. But if you're a guy with a podcast, your only thing is, I got to up my numbers. I want the most people listening and watching. That's your only...
That's the counterpart, is that, like, I don't really give a crap how this affects the election. I'm going to make so much money on this. I'm going to make so many downloads, and I'm going to reach a brand new audience. I understand it.
But I
still feel like it's dangerous.
Well, but they also get to laugh in Trump's face, too, which they have been doing. I don't think Tony Hinchcliffe is a MAGA comedian.
He's super rich.
Yeah.
I mean, financially, he's probably pretty Republican, and he lives in Austin, and he brings people on his podcast with mental, disabilities to make fun of them.
Right, but nobody's forcing anyone to listen to the Kill Tony podcast. Nobody's forcing anybody to do anything, right? And if your stated mantra is never apologize for a joke, then the audience knows where they are. So it's not like this guy is hanging out with Owen Benjamin all the time, or guys that are fully in the tank. And I'm sure there are a lot of comics who feel like, listen, we're liberals. I'm a liberal, but there's a lot of people on the left
libtard.
Libtard. Yeah. who get really bent out of shape. And if you're a comic who wants to say anything, you don't want to be in front of the crowd that's going to get a scowl if you say the wrong thing.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I fully understand that. I
so
just think it's dangerous.
If you're a comedian, there's genetic pushback to what people don't want you to say.
Yeah. I've been doing comedy for 20 years. I've made people upset I've made liberals upset. I've made Republicans upset because everybody's got the line that if you cross it, they're going to be like, well, that you can't joke about that. And everybody has that. So, and to say one group's more sensitive than the other is in my opinion, insane. It depends on what the subject.
Bill,
it depends on the subject. It depends on the subject matter.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
You can't. I can fully, wholeheartedly say that I have a better time performing in front of Republicans than I do in front of liberals.
I can
fully say that because who is more likely to get offended? 100%
Depends. Again,
it's liberal.
That's my point with Tony Hinchcliffe.
No, but
He's
it
like, I don't want
depends. It depends on the subject matter.
I don't agree.
If you're making jokes about religion, if you're making jokes about trans people, on a positive side where you're not bashing trans people, that makes them very uncomfortable and very offended because they feel like stupid.
I don't agree. I mean, maybe that's your experience.
And that's what I'm telling you is I'm giving you that experience. I'm telling you from my experience, I've seen Republicans be just as offended, if not more offended, by things. Because as soon as you go into a topic they don't want to hear about or they don't want to change their mind about, they are immediately I can't deal with that.
Okay, which side is canceling people? Which side
No
is
one.
coming?
No one's canceling anybody.
Who started it? Who
What
came
side
after
wants
people
to cancel
and said,
people?
Take away their job, take away their livelihood, take away their kids. I want this person because of a joke that they made, take away everything that they have.
Republicans have been doing that for as long. Yes, it is.
With comedy?
It's with comedy, yes, because as soon as somebody makes a joke, they go, we're going to boycott them. They do the boycotts all the time.
But that's not what liberals are doing. Liberals are finding out where people work, sending emails to bosses, calling parents and loved ones. I am so far on the other side.
There is a hive mind among liberals.
There is, but I'm saying I've seen it just as much from Republicans.
Also,
I don't think that's a true
guarantee you a lot of people at Madison Square Garden don't know that Puerto Rico is part of the United States, by the way. I mean, so there's all these think pieces.
We got to do something about that.
I got to go to a break here, but there's all these think pieces being written about Puerto Rico and okay, they have no electoral power, but there are lots of Puerto Rican voters in swing states, right?
Well, that's what I was going to say is that New York has a huge Puerto Rican
and
population.
Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. There's a lot of states with Puerto Rican voters. And now I don't know that they're all going to be upset. Plenty of them that probably don't care at all. But it's a weird, that's why the Trump people are like, oh, we don't like that. Well, you don't care. You're just putting your finger to the wind. Anyway, I thought it was pretty wild. But the full thing that he did, because he's the one getting all the press.
I know we're late. Go ahead. Never mind.
John Brown.
I forgot to do the money again, so I got to do the money and I got to go to a break.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. This football season, bet with house money with the Buzzard Bookie. You have 9 chances a day to win $1,000. Fill your account and parlay game day away. Keywords come at 30 past the hour, every weekday, starting at 9:30 with Rover. If Cleveland's getting 2.5, you could be getting 1,000 with the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Sponsored by Howard's Jewelry Center.
Hey Cleveland, it's Hallie from Howard's Jewelry Center, where your gold is worth more. Turn your old or unwanted pieces into cash on the spot with no strings attached. Find us in Bedford Heights, Parma Heights, Mentor inside Great Lakes Mall, and at howardsjewelrycenter.com. Howard's Jewelry Center, so much more than a jewelry store.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at kenganleyauto.com.
Your husband is pretty handy to have around. He makes the world's best mac and cheese.
Lunch is ready.
He's in the Tickle Monster Hall of Fame. And he can teach anyone how to throw strikes. But a busted pipe in a basement full of water?
Honey, I think we need a plumber.
Is a little out of his league. That's where a homeowner's policy from Shelter Insurance comes in handy. We'll help get your house back in order and your husband back to what he does best.
Find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Visit a place like no other at America's Roller Coast. With the 2025 Cedar Point Gold Pass, you can get unlimited visits for the entire 2025 season. Plus, ride Siren's Curse, the new record-breaking tilt coaster. You'll also get thrills of all sizes, splash-tastic fun, free free parking, and Halloween weekends. Just 10 payments of $10 after initial payment, plus taxes and fees. Online only. Price goes up November 1st. Get your 2025 Gold Pass and start planning your visit at cedarpoint.com.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
With its new look and taste, Dasani is always crisp, clean, and refreshing. So, when thirst calls, answer with the new refreshed taste of Dasani water, now without salt. Learn more at Dasani.com.
Yeah, Coach. You gotta lead a winning drive all the way to a better love life.
I'm sorry, what now?
Your love life, son. Go on offense.
But I'm doing online dating.
Well, stop. Half of online daters lie on their profiles. Change the playbook to It's Just Lunch. Know how many of their members go on real dates? 100%. Now get back in the game.
You got it, Coach.
Change your dating game. Visit itsjustlunchcleveland.com or call 216-328-9026 today. It's Just Lunch. Connection awaits with guaranteed dates.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, Paul Davis is your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction. For commercial and residential property damage and restoration, choose Paul Davis, the professionals that have served Northeastern Ohio for over 30 years. Paul Davis, we are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
We all know that Erie County families are struggling with rising costs, but Pat Shinago and Matt Old just don't get it. They voted against energy independence, against lower energy bills, and against new good-paying jobs in Erie County. Shinago and Old voted for higher costs for you and me. These politicians just can't be trusted to fight for us. We can't afford Pat Shinago and Matt Old. Paid for by Conservation Ohio and not authorized by
Hey, it's the return of Ghost. They announced this morning the Ghost World Tour is going to come through to Cleveland Thursday, July 17th, next summer at the Romo Fijo. You're going to get these tickets from me all week before they go on sale. These are not on sale until Friday morning at 10 a.m. Go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com for that. They are pointing out, the guys in Ghost, that this will be a phone-free experience. One of those shows are going to take your phone and put it in the Yonder bag, and you can have it when the whole thing is over. So Ghost, fans want to see them next summer, July 17th at the Romo Fijo. Caller 10, these are yours. Get my first pair this week. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Clevelanders are damn proud of their city. Cleveland! But come on, you were born here. He moved here.
This is a man that has endured real torture in a foreign setting.
So who's the real hero?
I would hope people would listen to our heroes.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, all those Ghost fans going to have their undies in a twist for next summer. What's that?
I might go to that. Get off my phone for a few hours, you know?
Yeah, right. Just an opportunity to be in the moment. Your Cleveland Cavaliers not at the Romo Fijo tonight. They're playing the Knicks in New York. They have hosed down and disinfected Madison Square Garden. And the Knicks will host them tonight. That is a 7:30 tip-off. You'll get your pregame coverage starting tonight at 7 o'clock here on MMS. Cavs, number 2 right now, 3-0. Only the Boston Celtics are also undefeated.
So they're tied for first.
Tied for first. And, Lakers and Thunder too. But I was looking at the East Coast. So, Cavs, Knicks tonight, 7:30 tip-off here on your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers. Mary, you were going into something when I had to go to a break.
I was just going to say that being in New York now, and it's a very liberal city overall, and then having Brooklyn, which is arguably one of, if not the most liberal cities in the country, doing comedy in Brooklyn is impossible. Like, if you are not saying every trigger word that they want to hear, they are upset. They are aggravated. I've had people talk to me about being insensitive after shows. I'm not a controversial comic. And I understand that there are crybabies on both sides, fully. But if we're just talking in the sense of stand-up comedy, I feel like liberal audiences are way, way less fun.
Well, Brooklyn seems like a place where if you're doing anything as a comic, you're probably only playing to those crowds. Like
There's people who don't leave Brooklyn.
That's what I'm saying.
Comics that only perform in Brooklyn because it's the only place it'll play.
That's what I'm saying. You can do the road. You can do other stuff. So if people want to stay under the dome and do the material that they're doing, but it's not going to fly outside of Brooklyn.
Right. It's just...
but there are plenty of snowflakes to go around, by the way.
Right.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
And if I were to do my material at for a church group, they'd be like, hey, this guy doesn't seem to like God all that much.
They didn't vet you very well.
Yeah. I'm not saying there's not sensitive people, and I've done shows for that kind of crowd, and it can be, like you said, where they seem they're so uptight about it that they don't want to let anything slide. They're like, oh, yeah, I'm just very offended by, or they're sensitive, and that's fine. So there's comedians for them, and there's so much comedy out there that that's why I think it's weird to get offended by things, because you can just find something that you do like.
Right.
One of the think pieces I was reading was about, like, why is comedy turning conservative? And I'm like, it's not. There's just so much of it now that you can find what you like and what you don't. There's so much comedy.
And
that it's like there's no...
And when people
you can
look
still
at
find
it,
plenty of people doing stuff that you're going to like.
And when people look at it through that lens. So when I go on the road with Chad Daniels, and I think Dan Cummins is a good example of another comic like this, who has just the most, like, down the middle fans.
Yeah.
And those are my favorite because they look at everything as a joke first, and then they're like, oh, there might be something a little upsetting about that. But overall, they're there for the humor, and they go on the ride with you. So I like an audience that's willing to go on the ride and look at take the comedy through the lens of comedy and not, oh, they just said this one thing that upset me, so now everything is wrong.
Well, because the reason that people, and it's true of every single one of us, the reason something makes you uncomfortable is because in your brain you go, I didn't think I would laugh at that, but here I am laughing at that, right? Laughter's involuntary.
Or you hear other people laughing at it and you go, why are they laughing at it? I don't like that. And then there's also people that they don't get the jokes, and that makes them feel dumb, and so they get angry. Then there's a million different reasons that people get offended or upset at comedy.
Which is why you might as well just go full tilt boogie.
Yeah.
You might as well just go, here it is. Like it or bite it.
Mm-hmm. Like you can do this Friday. And
what's this Friday?
My new album, We're Getting Famous, is available.
Oh, yeah.
Just the audio version. The video is going to be out later this year.
Right.
Bill Squire.
Alan, tell Mary it isn't canceling its consequence.
No, there's a difference.
You can't hold a fake head of, this is this person's text. You can't hold a fake head of a sitting president, Kathy Griffin, not expect consequences. You can't go on a racist diatribe on a black woman like Roseanne and not expect consequences.
No. I fully agree with all of that.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about lesser offenses. Like when people, and it's calmed down in the last couple years, but when people, the whole Karen movement, when a lady flips you off in traffic and you hunt her down, find her job, email her boss and try to get her fired. I mean, that's crazy. That's insane. And those weren't Republicans doing that.
Right. There's a words are violence crowd.
Yes.
Who are too much in their own heads, or they're still on campus.
Or they're chronically online.
Yeah. There's a lot of bubbles people can live in. You know, we talk about information silos, and I'm sure there are plenty of people who don't think they're in either one. But most of us are, just by virtue of what our values inherently are. And some people change. You know, they run a lot of these commercials. We've run them here. They're a lot on television, this Sherrod Brown-Bernie Moreno race, which is real neck and neck, too. I don't think more money has been put into a state Senate race than that one in Ohio. Across the country, I think that's the one that has had the most money put into it. And listen, I'm a Sherrod Brown voter, but they run a lot of these commercials.
You're going to vote for Sherrod Brown? He wants your dog to be a gay trans immigrant.
Yeah, well, maybe I want my dog to be a gay trans immigrant. She's had a pretty good life. But they're very proud of these, I'm a Republican, but I'm voting for Sherrod Brown. You get these people out in the middle of Trumbull County or whatever, and they put them on camera, and they go, I'm voting for the person, not the party, and that's all great, but I guarantee you, each one of those people is also voting for Donald Trump. So I get what they're doing. They're like, hey, this guy can bring people together. I'm sure there's all kinds of people who lean right who might vote for Sherrod Brown at the Senate level. But each and every one of them is also going to vote for Donald Trump at the top of the ticket.
I have a new chunk of material about being the phrase I've used is first generation liberal, where I'm the first one in my family who's ever even crossed the barrier. Right. You know what I mean? And I've done this material in New York City, in Arkansas, North Carolina, and Ohio. Those are the 4 places I've done it. And the reactions in the different parts of the country are insane because I am
differences.
Yeah, I'm very in the middle of from the standpoint of the jokes, I'm like, hey, I'm like a half a step to the left. And let me explain to you why I made this choice kind of a thing. In New York.
I have a vagina.
Oh, yeah. My body. How about that? Let's start there. No, in New York, it's too easy. It's a tee up because when I say I'm a Democrat, it is a insane applause and woohoo, good for you, girl. You made the right choice.
They're already rolling out the red carpet.
Already. And it's a little bit more work when I do it in when I did it in Arkansas or North Carolina. But at the end of the day, the people who are coming up to me after the shows, the response I'm getting from people who are Republicans is, to me, more endearing because they're coming up and they're like, hey, I really like the way that you put that stuff. Or they'll joke and be like, it's not too late for you to come back or whatever. Whereas it feels like a more mob mentality when the liberal people are like, oh, you made the switch, amazing, good for you. And I'm like, hold on, let me explain,
Yeah.
you know? And I don't know, that's just...
You made the switch.
I'm serious, that it's like, from the second I say Democrat, they're like, yeah, absolutely. I'm like, just for a second,
Guys,
let's relax,
calm
you know?
down. Remember Anthony Weiner? That guy was a Democrat. He's not a good dude. There's plenty of people on that side who are, got their problems. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah, but the Tony Hinchcliffe thing, I'm kind of like, okay, this guy's trying to get in front of a lot of people. He's got nothing to lose. Nothing. You think he cares if people are low-key trying to insult him? This guy's a comedian? I've never heard of him. A lot of people have.
A lot of people have.
I don't know about the people at Madison Square Garden. But.
Trying to get on his podcast, and, as soon as I... you saw the headlines and you're like, oh, in text, that looks bad. But then when you hear him deliver the joke, you're like, oh, it's obviously a joke.
Right.
So it's one of those things where, yes, there's people that are going to be upset about it. But I think this is just people were bored on a Sunday and this big thing was happening. They're like, well, let's talk about this because
it's also not easy.
I think it's going to sway anybody one way or the other.
It's also not easy to get. They pull a huge crowd there for that rally, and it ain't easy to get into the city. We drove to Jersey for the wedding this weekend, but we were the only ones who drove because our friends are coming from San Francisco and Denver and blah, blah, blah. One of our friends, a couple of them flew out of Newark, but one of our friends who was flying out of LaGuardia, I think, or Kennedy, one of the two, texted us. We were like in the Poconos by the time she texted. She's like, oh my God, that apparently, I didn't know there was a Trump rally until yesterday afternoon when she texted and was like, oh my God, the traffic because of this thing at Madison Square Garden is bananas. The ripple effects of that traffic. I'm like, that's first I heard of it. I didn't know. We were in Jersey the whole time, but I mean, she had to go in there and fly out. Alan, when Trump was shot, I commented on a friend's Facebook post, if you don't succeed. Somebody saw it, figured out where I worked, emailed my boss, said they shouldn't hire people who advocate gun violence. Now, my boss thought it was kooky, but she had to call me and talk about it and tell me to take it down. I don't like those kind of posts either, right? Where people go, you missed, or I don't know. It's weird. Alan, please listen to any of the podcasts Trump has been on before you continue to bash him relentlessly. It seems like all you do is listen to mainstream media, which at this point is literally Democratic propaganda. Again, I don't know what you're defending at this point. Trump is a moron and a fascist and a traitor. So I don't know what you're defending. People who talk to me like this, the Trump fans. Do whatever you're going to do. In Portland and Vancouver, Washington, this is going to be no big shock up there in the Pacific Northwest, but this is kind of what we can expect from the MAGA folks, is they're dropping matches into ballot boxes. The ballot drop boxes where people can drop their ballots, early voting, right? Portland doesn't have to take doesn't take you long to figure out why they're doing it there. So they're destroying hundreds of ballots in these drop boxes by setting the contents on fire. There or ballots or whatever it is. Because, again, that to me falls very much in line with people who are conservative and consider themselves to be Christians. Because they're very, very insecure about their beliefs. They're constantly screaming to you about God. People are hip to God. Like, they know what he's about, like they know what Trump's about. And so...
He likes getting 14-year-old girls pregnant.
But there's a lot of insecurity in that, too. There's a lot of, like, man, I don't know why you're so insecure about some omniscient being that you believe in. No, I'm talking about God, not Trump. They think of them in very much the same terms. So no big shock that in the Pacific Northwest of this country, now granted a couple of isolated incidents, but these are the kinds of things that we can expect. I don't know why in my brain I still think that the election is so far away.
It's next week.
It's next week.
Yeah. I early voted when I was home last week.
Yeah.
For Trump.
For Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't I tell you guys that? I switched sides, but I went back. I went back.
Yeah. You know, it's like our former coworker, Geraldo Rivera, is getting a lot of coverage today, too, because he got really upset and incensed at, I guess, the Puerto Rican jokes or something. I don't know if he's Puerto Rican, but, you know, he's like, oh, you Latino voters, you're voting against your own self-respect. It's like, this is not new information. Now that Geraldo Rivera maybe nobody's been talking about him for a minute and he wanted to get some column inches, but it's like, dude, none of this is new information. You're not going to sell me on this undecided voter myth. I don't buy it. I
disagree with you on that.
I don't buy it. To me, undecided voter means they don't know if they're going to vote.
That's what I mean.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, undecided.
Anyone who's going to vote knows exactly who they're voting for.
Well, and that's what
they frame undecided voters as, I just don't know. I need to do more research. You know, and a lot of it, granted, I'm not going to piss on kids because whatever, but a lot of them are like people on campus who are like, I'll figure it out as I'm driving over. Will you? I mean, your vote counts exactly as much as mine. So I guess the fact that you're going to engage in the process is good, but you're not going to sell me on undecided voters. There's no reasonable person who goes, I just don't know. Don't know.
The point I was making with Trump doing all these, male podcasts is that is the undecided voter they're going for. Young men who probably weren't going to vote to begin with. But if we can portray Trump in a 2-hour time span as kind of a cool, goofy human being, that's going to sway them to decide just to go out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, again, when Trumpers text me, I'm like, I don't know what you're defending. Well, what I like to do is I like to look at every... No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't look at every angle and then figure... You don't. You have your angle.
I mean...
He's your guy.
I've admitted to being...
I just don't know why... Because there's people who really cop to it, right? I sent you guys the photo. I was in traffic and the guy right next to me in like a, 85 Corolla is just... The thing is covered with giant Trump flags or whatever. Fine. But that's a guy who cops to it, If you're on the left and you really don't like all the screaming and the flags, it is all nonsense. But those people cop to it. The reason people are so nervous on the left is because they're worried there are all these quiet Trump voters. The people who go, well, I could never tell someone that I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it. There's probably a lot of quiet Kamala Harris voters, too. But who knows? Things a week away. But the Tony Hinchcliffe thing, that's all anybody's talking about today. And it's largely focused on him. There was also a guy with a crucifix who called Kamala Harris the Antichrist and another guy who's like, Democrats are demons who need to be burned back to hell. I mean, it's very, very strange. It has been strange for the better part of 8 or 9 years.
See,
very, very strange.
Doesn't that type of person seem like they'd take a joke better? Someone who wants to burn a Democrat back to hell? That doesn't seem like...
No, because they're deadly serious. I mean, listen, there are a million, to quote G-Dub, G-H-Dub, there are 1,000 points of light, right? There are different people who fall across every part of the spectrum. And so it's really, really... That's why when you read these articles, they say, hey, do yourself a favor and ignore the daily polling articles. Because nobody knows anything. Nobody will know anything until after the election. You're not going to know night of when Trump says he won. I mean, he'll say he won immediately. Fine. We know that. That's not even controversial. We know that. But when we figure out what really happened, that's when we'll know what happened. Until then, nobody knows anything. I can imagine trying to make your living as a political consultant right now. We're like, well, this and 2 points in Michigan, and nobody knows anything. Because the person on the phone, first of all, you're talking to people on the phone, and a lot of them probably lying to you on both sides. They're like, I'm not going to tell you. Or, yes, of course, this is the person that I'm. So, I don't know. But on the comedy perspective, you got to do you. I got to take a break. Sullivan King This guy's wild. We played him on 2 Hours to Midnight. Sullivan King is a guy who dabbles in as much electronic music as metal, and I like the cut of his jib. He's doing the Chaos Will Bring Peace tour. It's in February at the Agora. MMS and 2 Hours to Midnight presenting that show. And so I'll have a couple of tickets for you after the break. And then 4:30, next keyword to grab you $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio's Alter Ego 2025.
Presented by Capital One.
Saturday, January 11th.
In Los Angeles.
Featuring
Incubus.
Cage the Elephant.
The Lumineers. Glass Animals.
Sometimes I think about St. Vincent. Fontaine's DC.
The Head and the Heart.
Måneskin's Damiano David.
And The Offspring.
Alter Ego 2025.
Presented by Capital One.
Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app for your chance to win your way there.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2025, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
From the Mr. Hero Waffle Doodle. Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Increasing clouds overnight, low 49. Thunderstorms tomorrow morning, then clearing with a high tomorrow around 75. Then Wednesday, mostly sunny with a high of 76.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Come celebrate our huge anniversary sale at Levin. Start with up to 50% off clearance and special buys. Then get a triple sales tax discount and 5-year special financing with no money down. Our greatest anniversary sale, only at Levin.
Raising Cane's, marinated and hand-battered chicken fingers served fresh and hot. One love.
You've seen the attacks against Sherrod Brown again and again. You've heard them on the radio, too. But what if I told you they were all a lie? A complete lie. And Bernie Moreno knows it. Ohio has already banned transgender athletes from playing in women's sports. And fact check after fact check have called out Bernie Moreno's lies, pointing out that, quote, the U.S. Senate does not govern sports eligibility, and, quote, Sherrod Brown did not vote to allow this. One television investigation concluded,
we can verify the claim that Brown voted to let transgender biological men participate in women's sports is false.
Bernie Moreno thinks he can fool you, but the fact is Sherrod Brown agrees with Republican Governor Mike DeWine. He believes these decisions should be made by local sports leagues, not politicians. Bernie Moreno's lying. You can't trust him to be for you.
I'm Sherrod Brown running for Senate. I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Sherrod Brown.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
With its new look and taste, Dasani is always crisp, clean, and refreshing. So, when thirst calls, answer with the new refreshed taste of Dasani water, now without salt. Learn more at Dasani.com.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com.
Sonic Temple Art and Music Festival. The pinnacle of rock festivals in America returns in 2025 with Linkin Park. Korn. Go! 2 nights of Metallica. No repeat weekend with 2 different set lists, plus Bad Omens, Incubus, Alice in Chains, Rob Zombie, 3 Days Grace with Adam Gontrier, Alice Cooper, I Prevail, Mastodon, Jimmy Eat World, Acid Bath, Chevelle, Motionless in White, Ice Nine Kills, Hollywood Undead, Bullet for My Valentine, Trivium, Killswitch Engage, Ministry, Cannibal Corpse, Power Trip, Under Oath, and so many more. 4 days, 4 stages, and over 100 bands. May 8th to the 11th at historic Crew Stadium in Columbus, Ohio. 4-day, 2-day, single day, and VIP passes on sale now at SonicTempleFestival.com.
This is your Monday Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Hi, this is Bill Krakenberger from Fox Sports Radio's Countdown to Kickoff, presented to you by BetMGM. Tonight we have the Pittsburgh Steelers at home, giving the New York Giants 6 points. Mike Tomlin went to Russell Wilson last week at quarterback, and the move paid off as the Steelers beat up the Jets. Now they play the other New York team, the Giants. Well, Daniel Jones was pressured 80% of his dropbacks last week, sacked a bunch of times. They even wound up benching him. They need to establish a running game tonight, take some of the pressure off Jones. Good luck tonight and enjoy the game.
New BetMGM customers can download the app today using code MINUTE to receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if they don't win their first bet. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. New customer offer subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, Paul Davis is your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction. For commercial and residential property damage and restoration, choose Paul Davis, the professionals that have served Northeastern Ohio for over 30 years. Paul Davis, we are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Kindness.
I'm going to go see Sullivan King. He's one of the more interesting acts that have emerged over the past 5-6 years. WMMS in 2 hours to midnight, our metal show presenting Sullivan King on the Chaos Will Bring Peace Tour. If you know, you know. This is a guy who combines a lot of metal with a lot of electronic stuff. He does a lot of collabs with bands. He was the opener on the Avenged Sevenfold tour earlier this year. Maybe you saw that one. He's coming back here Monday, February 10th. He's going to play the Agora. You can go to agoracleveland.com for all the info. This pair for you, 2 for Sullivan King. I'm sure he's got people with him. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Yeah, it seems a little unfair that you can watch our live stream, but we can't see you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Well, I'm going to try to hit it on time this time. Been hitting these keywords late. We've been, just getting all up in everybody's business. So just a couple of minutes for that next keyword. Every hour, about 30 past, you get one of them. Give you $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Starts in the morning with RMG. Stansbury's got them. And then I give them to you. Your last one will be around 5:30. Cavs basketball tonight. They are 3-0. Off to a good start so far. They're in New York to play the Knicks. That is a 7:30 tip-off tonight. Your pregame on MMS will get going about 30 minutes prior. LeBron and the Lakers in town on Wednesday. And then who's that? And then the Magic will be in town. That is Shaquille O'Neal and the Orlando Magic. Who's on the Magic now?
What's that guy's name?
What is that guy's name?
Thomas O'Malley.
Well, there's.
I'm Thomas O'Malley for your Orlando Magic.
There's I think the Wagner brothers are on there.
The Wagner brothers.
Mo, and then what's his name? He's very good. You give it.
Jet Howard?
No.
Tristan Da Silva? No. Paolo Banchero?
That guy,
Paolo Banchero. I didn't think that was the one that was going to hit.
He's
Paolo Banchero.
Yeah, he's great.
I think that's the brand of salsa that we get at our house.
Well,
good for him. See, people are already mad at Tom Brady.
What did he do?
Because he used a shocking slur to describe Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills.
Honky?
Shocking slur. Come on.
Did he say honky?
Man. No, he didn't say honky.
Cracker?
What did he say?
This is network television. He's not going to say anything that's going to shock anyone, but I'll play it for you.
You communicate to everybody and integrate new players becomes a great challenge for a quarterback like Josh, who has really lit the league on fire since he's been in. Sometimes he played like a spaz, like a great schooler on a sugar high. But now
that's it.
He's controlled the chaos.
Spaz is the shocking slur. Bill, remember Beyonce got bodied for this a couple of years ago? She had spaz in one of her songs about going down on her. What was the name of that song? She's all the hot and bothered in that song, and Beyonce had to change the lyrics because she was spaz, because it's a shocking slur to the differently abled. I'd say, listen, if you're going to rank the slurs, I think spaz is probably somewhere near the bottom. Yeah. It's going to be very, very low, but it makes for good clickbait to pretend that because some people tweeted about Tom Brady, that it is a shocking, it's sickening, someone says, that word is even in his vocabulary.
Now, Bill, do you think those people are liberal or conservative?
I didn't say that there weren't liberals that do this. Of course they're liberals, but who cares?
Just saying.
But it's not. You're not making the point you're making because it's on both sides.
Okay.
I don't think I was really aware, other than Tom Brady and Beyonce 2 or 3 years ago. I never hear spaz. There's a band called the Spazmatics. I don't know that anyone's. I think that's a franchise band, though, right? Aren't they in multiple cities?
Are they in multiple cities?
Yeah, there's there's Cleveland, and then there's the Orlando one, something like that. But I don't know that anybody's been climbing up their ass to change their name. It's derived from spastic, I assume, which is an actual condition, an actual spasms, right? That's an actual thing. It's not slang or, I mean, it is, spaz is slang, but it's derived from something that is medical in nature. Hello, Nate.
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on, Nate?
Not too much. I was listening when I got in my truck, and obviously you're openly liberal. You're a smart guy. I'm just curious, did you see the Joe Rogan interview with Trump?
I heard about it. I know that they got a lot of eyes and ears on that.
It's long. But it's worth watching.
But how?
I've never seen.
Yeah, give me like a couple of high points, Nate.
Because we already know a lot about Trump.
Right. And I know people don't like him, but I feel like he's got the right ideas in his head.
Well, give me a couple. I'm always curious.
Well, what's going on now isn't working out.
Okay, but give me a couple examples,
is,
Nate.
But he answered every question he was asked. She's never coherently answered a single thing.
I mean, I like coherence, Nate. In a guy, people judge nations by the aptitude of their leaders. And that's something everybody can understand. Mel Gibson is out there saying that Kamala Harris has a low IQ. Now, I don't think anybody gives a fat frog's ass about Mel Gibson. But objectively, no one looks at Kamala Harris, given her accomplishments and her length of time in public service, and says that she has a low IQ. No one really believes that. It's a slur. And it's an insult.
I don't think so either.
Well, I didn't say you did. I'm just saying that there are people who... So when you say he made some good points, I'm curious what a couple of those are.
Everything.
Everything. This is a long... Joe Rogan does long shows, right? So they're all long. They're all 3 hours plus.
Hours,
yeah, 3 hours plus.
I don't think she could sit down for 3 hours with him.
Now, why don't you think that, Nate?
Because I haven't seen her answer a single question about policy, about anything.
She's answered all of them. You're watching the wrong thing. She's answering the wrong things. You think what's your favorite Trump policy answer?
Well, one, the border. I think that's getting out of control.
Well, the border is not an answer.
I'm not a real political guy. I don't favor a side, but I know I'm going to vote for Donald Trump.
Well, then you do. You just said you favor a side.
Because Then how come? Typically, I don't. I'm saying we need something to change.
How come he didn't do anything when he was the president last time to the border?
He had 4 years, Nate.
Well, he started building a wall.
And by the way, he voted against the plan to take care of all that. It was a bipartisan bill, and he told the GOP to tank it.
Like I said, I can't, understand how people just because you don't like somebody, but
it's not. We're talking about that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about differences in policy. Nobody's talking about who they like or who they don't like. People are voting very much for his personality. They're not voting for his policies. You haven't. You said you watched.
So. I think.
Then give me your favorite policy.
Do something different. I told you I'm not political. I'm just saying he's gonna do something.
Why didn't he last time?
Yeah, why did he before?
Why did he not last time?
I don't know. I made a lot more money when he was president than I do now.
And what do you do for a living?
Cheaper.
I make more money now than I did then.
I'm an electrician.
Yeah.
Commercial electrician.
All I know is that my 401k has gone through the roof in the last couple of years. So okay, listen, Nate, I got to let you go, but I appreciate the call, pal.
All right, you guys have a good one.
Okay, you too. Thanks, Nate. Let me give you this money here. I swore I'd be on it on time, and I'm not. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Deposit. That's deposit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey, Brett.
Yes.
What's up, man?
Not too much. How are you doing?
Good. Yes, Brett. Doing fine. What's up with you?
Oh, Yes, the word spaz, you were talking about it earlier, about how it's like maybe not that offensive.
Well, no, I'm saying if you were to rank slurs, spaz would surely be near the bottom.
I'm not so sure. It kind of depends on where you live. Over in the UK, the word spaz is like short for like spasticated, which is pretty much on par with like calling somebody like a retard or calling somebody a tard. I guess calling them a tard would be more similar to spaz, you know what I mean? So while it doesn't really bother me per se, or from what I can tell, many Americans, there's more people on the planet other than just us Americans, so it can be quite offensive to some people.
No, and no one's denying that. I'm simply saying that it doesn't rise to the level of calling a black person the N-word, as a matter of fact.
Well, absolutely not. But I think, if you're the family member or a brother or a sister or a parent of somebody, with those developmental disabilities, it may not be as bad, as you say, as some of those other words, the N-word, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to, sting a little bit.
I just thought it was funny that the headline, I thought it was funny that the headline in a British paper, by the way, Brett, the British paper was the one that said the shocking slur. I just don't even hear that all that often. So, I mean, listen, Tom Brady's a guy in his mid-40s, so he's probably going to pull out the stuff he remembers. But thank you, Brett. I appreciate the call.
Hey, it just occurred to me, with Mary leaving, the biggest concern I have is how are we going to find out what is in her storage locker from her mom? Not that I'm wishing ill will. Believe me, I'm not. But we have to have something in place to let us know. Hate the show. Bye.
That's very funny.
That is on the top of her mind. You've thrown this out there, and now there's going to have to be, eventually, when your mom passes, there's going to have to be some culmination of that whole thing.
Yeah.
You're going to have to check back in. Of course, we'll probably be long gone. But,
well, yeah, that's my mom. I don't know who's not knows what's going on, but my mom is a hoarder, and she's kept things, I guess, from each of her kids' lives or things that she thinks we would like. And she has 5 different storage units that she is willing to us once she dies, but she won't tell us where they are. So it's kind of going to be like a treasure hunt once she dies of how do we get our stuff. So maybe, yeah, if you guys are still on, I'll come on that day and be like, hey, maybe I'll bring some items. Maybe I'll do a live auction.
Only if it's not anticlimactic. If it's a bunch of crap, who cares?
I'm sure when
That's not going to be a bunch of crap.
How do you know?
When this finally happens.
You don't know.
Yeah.
Well, it also could be gold and treasure.
Yes.
It also might not happen for 30 more years.
Right. We'll be
she's
long
only
gone.
63 or something.
Yep.
Like that. No, she's older than that. 57. 1957. So she's...
Oh, she's not 57. She was born
67.
in 1957. Right.
She'll be 67 in December.
All right.
But yeah, I'll keep you guys updated. Follow me on social media.
Listen,
Mary Santora
clearly,
Comedy.
that lady, it's keeping her up nights.
I see that.
Yeah. Let me take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. You can leave messages if you're listening to us on the iHeartRadio app. You want to email, hit me up there at alancoxshow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. This football season, bet with house money with the Buzzard Bookie. You have 9 chances a day to win $1,000. Fill your account and parlay game day away. Keywords come at 30 past the hour, every weekday, starting at 9:30 with Rover. If Cleveland's getting 2.5, you could be getting 1,000 with the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Sponsored by Howard's Jewelry Center.
Hey Cleveland, it's Hallie from Howard's Jewelry Center, where your gold is worth more. Turn your old or unwanted pieces into cash on the spot with no strings attached. Find us in Bedford Heights, Parma Heights, Mentor inside Great Lakes Mall, and at howardsjewelrycenter.com. Howard's Jewelry Center, so much more than a jewelry store.
Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Greatness doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, focus, and dedication. At Shelter Insurance, we understand that because we put in the hard work and dedication for decades. And that commitment is paid off with award-winning customer service for your auto, home, and life insurance. Visit shelterinsurance.com and find an agent to help you choose the coverage you need. Shelter Insurance. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at kenganleyauto.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Kowalski! Yeah, Coach. You gotta lead a winning drive all the way to a better love life.
I'm sorry, what now?
Your love life, son. Go on offense.
But I'm doing online dating.
Well, stop. Half of online daters lie on their profiles. Change the playbook to It's Just Lunch. Know how many of their members go on real dates? 100%. Now get back in the game.
You got it, Coach.
Change your dating game. Visit it'sjustlunchcleveland.com or call 216-328-9026 today. It's Just Lunch. Connection awaits with guaranteed dates.
Kevin Rett from Mentality Men's Health. Every day I get stopped by one of our 25,000 clients to let me know how their lives have changed. Increased energy, mental focus, but most of all, I can tell these guys are confident. The way they walk, talk, they are on it. Everyone in their life can tell they are back. If your testosterone levels are low, it is impossible for you to look and feel the way you could. With one quick blood test, we can quickly pinpoint your problem and treat you immediately. In Cleveland, go to lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Just how liberal is Sherrod Brown? Take a look at his actual votes. That's what Debbie from the Cleveland area did.
I thought I knew Sherrod Brown. Now I hear he's super liberal, so I went and looked at his votes. Brown voted to allow late-term partial birth abortions. It's horrific. The AMA said it should be banned. But Sherrod voted for it more than once.
In fact, Sherrod Brown voted for partial birth abortion 6 different times.
Partial birth abortion? Allowing trans biological men in girls' locker rooms and girls' sports? Sex change surgery for kids? He seemed like a good guy, but with Brown's voting record, I just can't vote for him.
Sherrod Brown has let us down. When you look at his actual vote,
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Alan Cox.
The sort of man we used to describe at school as a complete prick.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
$35192 to send a text if you want to watch the show. God knows why you would, but it's there for you. You want to gaze upon our glorious faces and see the words coming out. You can find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. Alan, while you were gone in the sum of shows, Mary referred to her labia as her flaps and folds, and you did your dry heave thing. I'll miss interactions like that.
Aw.
I know, right?
Some new flaps and folds.
You want me to call in about my flaps and folds every now and then?
Oh, boy, I'll tell you what.
I bet you do.
Those flaps and folds.
I bet you do.
No, we don't like dirty comedy like that.
You little freak.
Yeah. God, there was something I was thinking of from the weekend.
From what,
Oh,
Alan?
I finally got my horn fixed.
Oh.
Cost me $800 to get my horn fixed. Jesus. I mean, I figured it'd be a little bit, but wow. I'm in the wrong line of work at labor. Holy shnikes. We drove Gwen's car to Jersey, and so I said, hey, I'm going to drop it off Thursday morning. I'm like, take your time. I'm not going to be back until Sunday night. So you don't have to rush anything. Need the horn fixed. Woofa. It's like, good night, nurse. Because I was going to do it myself, but you got it. I was.
You don't know anything about cars.
Yeah, of course I do. I fix a lot of things on my car. But I was like, because I was going to put some new headlamps in, and I'm like, you know what? I'll take a look at the horn. The fuses were fine. The wiring was okay. But I had hit that raccoon a while ago at 4:30 in the morning and really, clumped over this thing, and it knocked my horn out. And so I was going to do it myself, but you got to take the fender panel off. And I'm like, it's not the taking off, it's the putting back. And so I was like, I'm going to be out of town for 4 days coming up. I'll just drop it off and they can do it. And we were still on the road when
Did you get a custom horn now?
Huh?
Is it like a custom horn
No,
now?
I didn't get I should have.
Did you get the Cody horn?
No, for $800, I should have gotten a custom horn. No, I didn't get that.
Captain Fun?
No, nothing like that. This is what it sounds like now. I don't think that's custom, though, is it? No, I'm kidding. This is what it sounds like. You think that people will get out of my way when I'm in traffic? I mean, again, the only time I'm like, hey, why would I need my horn in New Jersey, right? It'll be fine. Because I was like driving my car and we go somewhere. I was like, nah, I'll drop it off, get the horn fixed. How about that one?
That would have been a fun one.
That guy cut me off. Well, that's what it sounds like now. Okay. Well, not all the Mary stuff is good. Not all the Mary stuff is good.
Bring it in.
Alan, now that Mary's leaving, can you please admit that you can't stand her ass? Or that at least that she annoys the living hell out of you with all her whining and bitching and her know-it-allisms? We can all tell you do not like her. You won't admit it because you're a bitch, but take it easy.
What point is, first of all, I love Mary.
Oh, I love you too.
What point is he trying to make? That's the Mary hater. He's right. You're living rent-free in that guy's head.
Yeah.
He's going to miss you. More than these other people who like you, he's going to miss you.
I think he's
How
trying
am
to
I
make
going?
the point.
But if I'm a bitch and I can't, then how would I? He needs to make up his mind.
Yeah, he gave you kind of an impossible scenario.
First of all, why would I ever have anyone on my show that I don't like? Why would I ever do that? I have to work with somebody every day. Pound Cake left because he needed to get paid and get benefits. And that wasn't going to happen. And now Mary's leaving because she's going to stay laser focused on the stand-up stuff, which I understand. But why would I ever have somebody on my show who I didn't like? It doesn't make sense.
I don't know what people think is happening, or if they don't think that if you hated me that much, you would just fire me.
Yeah, I'd go, this isn't working out.
Hey, I don't like talking to you.
Right.
And that's our
Well, there's
job.
like
So-
that guy and these other snowflakes who are always leaving these messages because they can't handle your opinion on things or my opinion. I mean, they're still listening every day, so go figure. But still, it's like, I would never. Why would I want to work every day? You know, we're not in an office here. We're not, doing TPS reports.
Don't forget your cover sheet.
Every single day.
Did you get the
for
memo?
4 hours a day, I have to interact with somebody. There's no way. It's whoever replaces Mary, it's going to have to be somebody I genuinely like. It's going to have to be somebody
Bloom Daddy.
that I get along with. I think he already has a gig. And last thing I need, and I'll say this because that's what I've been saying to people who message me. Last thing I need is another dude on this show, okay? We got that covered. It ain't going to be a guy.
I have some suggestions.
People have gotten themselves used to hearing, you do train your audience. That's why people are so bummed out when somebody leaves, Change is tough.
How about Anna Kendrick? Think she would do it?
There you go.
I think that she's got a good gig going, though.
All right, how about
she's a director
what
now?
about the library girl? We bring her back.
Kendra
Sunderland. Yeah, bring her back.
She's got a gig,
She's got a lot
too.
to say, man.
He'll
be great.
From what I can ascertain, her mouth is always full. So I don't think she'd be able to talk for 4 hours a day. Yeah.
That was more pound cake.
My mouth's never full, dude. I don't even live in the same state.
No, but you eat during the breaks, but pound cake.
Oh, you meant with food.
That's not what I meant. I wasn't talking about. Kendra Sunderland's not doing mukbang videos.
Right.
She's doing bang videos.
I'm just saying the mouths can be full with more than one thing.
Full of poop.
Again, Kendra Sunderland proves that. And God bless her, too, right? For a girl years ago when we had her on, I'll never do porn. This is as far as it's going to go. Boy, not only does she do porn, she does porn.
Good for her.
Yeah, God bless her.
Well,
She
Alan,
needs to take an acting class or something because the best girls, I know people have kind of gotten away from thinking that there's an art to porn. But even if you're going to go gonzo, you got to pretend you're having a good time.
now is your opportunity to tell both me and our audience everything you hate about me. And
I don't
how
hate.
happy you're
I
gonna
don't
be
hate
that I'm on.
anybody.
Well,
I don't
that's what
hate
the
anybody.
caller said.
Anybody that I don't like,
it's obvious.
I write them off.
Everybody can hear it. Everybody, it's all out there.
Right.
Alan. Everybody knows.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, or pissed a bunch of people off.
No,
over
I
the
would
week.
not continue to work with someone that I didn't like. And I'm not talking about differences of opinion or differences in style.
about it.
That's all part of the whole
Person.
thing. Talking about somebody, yes. So, but again, that guy, he's just...
He doesn't like me.
Right. He's getting riled up and he doesn't like you and he's very happy you're leaving and blah, blah, blah.
That's okay. Lots of
That's
people
his
are.
thing. Yeah.
I went down the Reddit rabbit hole last week.
Why do you do this?
I did it because I was weak. And I felt like, okay, Alan accidentally announced that I'm leaving. Let me see what these idiots have to say. And they got mad at me, boy, because I mentioned them on my Instagram story and in a video.
Wait, the people in Reddit got mad that you mentioned them?
Yeah.
But people don't know who they are.
Right. Well, I think they are. They felt maybe betrayed that I put out there all the hate that they spew. I'm very fat and unattractive and unfunny, and I'm a dumb C word.
Right,
and
but
I'm a
also,
hillbilly.
you're like, once in a while, I will get constructive criticism from somebody.
Yes.
And I'll read it or I'll listen to it and I'll go, okay, do they have a point? And sometimes they do. Now, that's one person, and I'm never going to change the show for one person. But if they give you something to think about, that can be valuable. But that's not, she's a fat bitch.
Yeah.
That's not anything.
A fat, ugly hillbilly bitch. Get it right, Alan.
The rest is implied.
Oh, boy. So that you're a real country mouse, city mouse type situation going
you know
on now.
how a fish out of water. if you
That's
will.
right,
A whale
yeah.
out of water.
You guys are never going to believe what's going on here.
Yeah.
Man.
No, I was feeling
They got
some type of way.
trains and cars.
I was feeling weird about it last week, and I was like, okay, I'm I'm going to see what they're saying on there. And boy, was it bad.
Don't do that.
And then I was like,
But
they
said
don't
good things about the rest of us, right? Oh, wait, no.
These are
They
listeners.
always say good things about Alan.
These are listeners who somehow hate all of us.
They don't hate you. They hate
Yeah,
mostly
they
me.
do. You're reading on the wrong subreddit then. There's plenty of people that don't like me.
So, do you want to know the development?
There's a development?
I did a little work inside.
I don't know what you mean, but what are we talking about?
Let me tell you.
Oh.
Here's the conclusion I've come to.
Oh, are you engaging in subterfuge?
What do you mean?
Are you?
I don't know what that word means.
You're a spy on the inside there?
Oh, no.
Oh.
Maybe I can be. At this point, screw it. I might as well start responding. But here's the conclusion I came to. So my father never appreciated what I did. He never believed in me. He never supported me, right? In comedy. And then he died. So I swear on my life, I think I thrive on negativity because it's all I got from my dad for so long. Was like, I don't believe in it. I need someone to prove wrong.
Was your post today, by the way? Your dad?
No. Oh, my dad's birthday is today.
Yeah, today. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, my dad's would have been 63 today.
Yeah.
But so I've been thinking a lot about him today, and I've been thinking about it, and I was like, I had a very weird moment because someone in my life is having, their father has health issues right now, and I was thinking about that over the weekend, and then I'm thinking about my dad today, and I was mad at my dad for a really long time, and I have been, and then today I'm starting to think about him in like this good light, and I'm like, oh my God, I think I might be ready to forgive my dad, and then I started thinking about all the negativity he would spew my way, and why I was so mad at him, and how he never supported me, and I'm like, I think that's why I'm so drawn to these people on Reddit, is because I don't have a voice telling me every single day that I'm not going to make it, and that I'm stupid, and that it's not worth it, and I need to get a real job. How messed up is that?
Yeah, but you knew
though?
your dad. These are strangers.
But it's not necessarily the fact that
She
it's
just
who
needs an
it's coming
adversary.
from. I feel like I might just need someone to prove wrong.
And that's not already you?
No, because I believe I can do it.
Ah.
I've never, please, have you met me? I've never doubted myself for a day.
No, that's
I am
great. I'm just
probably
saying
the
it's
most
like
confident-
I'm the opposite. So,
No,
yeah.
I've always been very, very confident in stand-up comedy. From the first time I did it, I felt like, no, this is it. So I do think that, because I've been thinking about it a lot over the past probably 4 or 5 days. And I'm like, man, I think that's what it is. I think my dad left this disapproving hole in my life that I now have to fill with internet men.
That's kind of everybody in showbiz has got that, right? I mean, we're desperate for approval and attention.
I don't know if it's desperate for approval so much as desperate for I told you so. We know I love and I told you so. It's like my favorite thing.
Oh, I see.
So I don't need people to like me. I need you to hate me so you can be wrong.
There's a can of worms.
Yeah, but
This is what I'm saying. I think that's
right,
where
but
it
they're
comes
never.
from.
There's nothing
but
that
they're
you can
never
do
gonna,
to
they're,
get that
They're
over.
never going to come to a. Oh, she was right.
I don't know about that.
Never. They're never going to.
There's got to be a level of success that I hit.
That guy, no.
You don't think so?
Think of the biggest success. Just think of anybody who's got huge success. Tons of people think they suck.
Sure.
So
And,
it's
then-
like
and their success
something that's
and their
undeniable.
success doesn't. No, I mean, there's people like Seinfeld or Carlin. There's
Brian
always
Regan.
some. Yeah,
You know,
Brian Regan. Yeah,
yeah.
Someone's he sucks.
Gaffigan.
Not funny
Yeah.
at all. Can't believe they call him a comedian.
that guy texted last week. Brian Regan sucks.
That is that's what I came. That's the conclusion I came to today.
Then that's your engine.
Thinking about my dad, and he, today's his birthday.
Well,
and
if
I
that's
was
what you're
like,
looking
I think
for,
that's what it is.
Reddit will never run out of vitriol.
I'm telling you, that's the only conclusion I
It
can
is a
come to.
renewable resource over there. So
I know
you're
it
never going to, you can flip to it every day and you can be renewed and refreshed with hatred and vitriol.
So you don't do anything just because you want to do it for yourself. You want to do it to prove somebody
people
else
wrong.
wrong.
Most
But
of the
again, you
things I
realize
do are
you'll
out of spite.
you would have been able to prove your dad wrong. And your dad was coming from the perspective of somebody who
loved me.
Well,
and just wanted me to do better in life.
than him.
Yeah.
He
that's
didn't
what
want
I'm
you to
saying.
be he didn't want you to be him.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh my God, you get into showbiz. This is never going to work out."
Right.
But the strangers online, who cares? These are people working there's no good way to say it, like regular square jobs.
Yeah.
A lot of people who hate their life or their wife or their husband and they're just working some job. Like they have no clue. They've never done anything creative. They don't know what it requires. They don't know. So they go,
what if you found out it was all the top comedians?
All the people who recommended
it's
me
Amy
for
Schumer, it's Mark Norman, it's Sam.
They all set up screen names.
Bill Burr.
Yeah.
And they're all fans of this show.
Who's this guy, Ryan Bregan? He hates my guts.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
well,
that's
I would, boy, I mean.
That's the conclusion I came to today, that I am not obsessed, but I fixate on negativity because it's what has fueled me in the past from my dad.
You're driven by other people's dismissal of you.
Now, do you want to keep doing that, or do you want to...
Listen, I just came to this conclusion like 3 hours ago.
Okay, yeah, that's
so
fair enough.
I think
Fair
it's
enough.
probably much healthier. The fact that I've realized it
is a
to
good
be
step.
like,
Yeah.
hey man, maybe we just try to do good things to be successful,
Right.
and not have to tell anybody you were wrong, you idiot.
Because and especially when it comes to something like that, where it's one thing to, your dad before he passed away saw the success. He saw it happening.
This show was what made my dad start to turn a corner.
Yeah.
Was me getting on the radio and him being able to like hear me every day.
So you got that. Even though Alan hates you, he put you on the show.
I know.
It's obvious to that guy and everyone else. Thanks for blowing up my spot, bro.
But to do the, like Alan was saying, there's nothing that you can do. No level of success, even if you make it, they'll always find some reason. They'll say, "Oh, we hate her no matter what." There's not anything that you're going to do that makes them go, "Well, we're happy for you."
Well,
here's
more what
or
it
you
is.
did it.
I don't think it's so much. I don't need you to like me. I need you to be wrong. Because there's got to be a point of success where you say, I still hate you as a human, but you proved me wrong. I never thought you were going to be anything, and now you have X, Y, and Z.
But do you not think you are? But you are something.
No, I get that.
So,
but there's more to get.
But to do it for them,
it's not doing it for them. It's doing it for me at them.
I think you should set up a
I'm succeeding at people.
Tell me I suck line and charge people $2 a minute. Just
To
go
tell me how bad I suck?
Yeah, old
Yeah.
school, but you're making money off them.
I could do that.
Well, this is the perfect time. I didn't want to blow it up right now, but since I
Uh-oh.
accidentally mentioned Mary was leaving, I'll tell you that her replacement is already lined up.
Uh-oh.
I initially said I didn't need another comedian on the show, but Adrian Iapolucci will be joining the show.
You guys did have such a good rapport.
She's a huge fan of mine, and I of her. I'm still a fan of hers. She doesn't like me at all, but I still like her a lot. And no, I'm kidding. Well, listen, everybody's got their engine, right?
Yeah.
And if that's yours, I don't know how long you can do that, though, because at some point you're going to want to see a shift. And under those conditions, you never will.
Right.
It'll never be good enough. There'll always be something
Yeah.
that somebody will go, I've been doing this 30 years. And still, you're like, you know.
It
what are
also
you gonna
gets
do?
tiring too. I feel like the trying to, I don't know, because then I don't feel like you get to enjoy your process
Successes.
as much. Your
Yeah.
successes.
No, I
and
get
your,
that.
And your because one of the things that I love about what we do is that every day is different, and we get to there's the process of being funny on the radio or talking about what we talk about on the radio or doing stand up is the thing that I enjoy the most.
Yeah.
Like I love that. Like writing a bit and then reworking it and making it into like a chunk of material is so satisfying. So whatever monetary success comes as a part of that is great, but the fact that I get to go and do that on a regular basis and get to do radio, it's like you can't tell me I'm not a success because I feel it every day when I'm talking to you guys.
I mean, I get that.
And not only that, it just depends on what you want.
Yeah. Mine is just more.
And my main goal is to get Alan to hate me.
Like he hates Mary. Brother. Let me give you some pointers.
I got some farts coming that might do the job.
Everybody can tell that you hate Bill. Why don't you just admit it, you bitch?
Or you can't.
What do you can't because you're a bitch?
Oh, no, but then I get you never stand up to Alan. You're
stand up to me.
I'm like, what do I have to stand up for?
You never stand up to him. You know
how much adversary is in your guys' life? Like, I don't.
You know when I beat you daily about the head, neck, and chest? They don't want you to.
Not anymore.
That's right. Stood up to him. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's my big revelation of the day. I had some tears this morning thinking about my dad, and then, one thing after another, and this past weekend getting that news from my friend, and I was just like, that's what it is. I'm fueled by, what is I told you so? Is it spite? Is it?
Yeah, it's kind of spite.
There's an R word.
No, can't say that one. We already went over that. It's
retribution?
No, it's
not retribution.
No, that's when you're wrong.
That's like revenge. That's, I told you so. I don't even think
people wrong.
I told you so. I don't even think of it as spite.
That's what I'm saying. It's something, I don't know what the word is. I want to show you what I'm capable of, but I can't do that if you believe in me. Is that a super messed up sentence?
Well, no, I understand fully what you're saying. I mean, I'm somebody who, for the most part, my resistance was always from myself, right? Mm-hmm. My parents were pretty supportive. They've never quite understood what I do, but they were like, you're making a really good living at it, so God bless. And it's not like friends that I had understood what I was doing. So it was kind of like, but everybody was fine with it. I didn't have people saying, you suck and you're never going to do it. My thing was, I want to exceed what people, first of all, who has any opinions whatsoever about what your success level is going to be? Like, why would someone else go, no, I don't think you're going to do it? Okay.
I mean,
why do I care what you, I don't, I would never tell another person, I don't think you're going to do that. Because they would be like, what the hell do I care what you think?
Right.
Who are you?
Maybe there's someone
you
like
don't know
me.
anything about what I do.
Maybe there's someone like me who needs to hear that, to be like, well, watch me do it now. Like, if it were up to me, I would not run a mile right now. But if you told me there is a 0% chance that you could run an 8-minute mile, I would go downstairs without stretching and run a mile in 7:59.
Right, but that has that literally
ankle.
That literally but that example literally has a finish line. What you're talking about,
there's no
is
definitive moment.
Yeah, you just keep going and you're like, well, last thing you want to be in, because I would imagine there's diminishing returns on that. If you get to a point where you feel like you have, quote unquote, made it, which I don't think is ever really a thing.
Yeah.
You're still going to have people who are like, ugh. Okay.
And the one thing that...
You're not going to need that fuel anymore. You're going to want to stand up and put your hands in your hips and go, see? And they're going to go, nope.
For all you Mary haters, the one thing that she'd really hate for you to do is go and pre-order my new album.
Oh. Mary, are you going to stand up to Bill?
I am.
And his, yeah.
Why you bugging?
All right, well,
I
anyway.
bet you won't pre-order my album, Mary. You can't do it. You don't have enough money.
Don't do that. I'll order 20.
Yeah.
I bet you can't order 50.
And run a mile.
Mary's just making email accounts all night. I'm like, I'll show Bill.
All right, let me take a break. I'll have Under Oath tickets for you. An Under Oath fan? They're doing the 20th anniversary tour for They're Only Chasing Safety. And they will perform the album in its entirety. And they're going to do a fan-voted set every night. So if you're a big Under Oath fan, they play that album. You're going to have a say in what the set list is. It is the end of next month. It's the 30th of November at the Agora. It's a Saturday night. And we'll hand those off to you as well. And then the last chance today to win some money is coming up at 5:30. I'll have the next keyword for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio. From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Increasing clouds overnight, low 49. Thunderstorms tomorrow morning, then clearing with a high tomorrow around 75. Then Wednesday, mostly sunny with a high of 76.
This report is sponsored by Audible. Get immersed in new worlds and ideas with Audible. Explore an incredible selection of audiobooks, podcasts, and originals, all in one easy app. There's more to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com.
Hey, Ohio sports fans, feel the rush of football action with BetMGM. We're giving you an odds boost for any pro football wager this season. Just log into your BetMGM account today to receive an odds boost token. Then wager on any pro football matchup and apply your token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted wager hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM sports account and you'll automatically receive your odds boost token. At BetMGM, we're adding more excitement to every gridiron showdown. Get ready to run up the score on your next winning pro football wager with this odds boost token. Draw up your plays for bigger thrills with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. 21 plus and present in Ohio. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as unrestricted funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with BetMGM Northfield Park.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
Don't miss Halloween weekends at Cedar Point. It's fun by day with trick-or-treating, pumpkin painting, Peanuts characters, and family fun for everyone. And frights by night with terrifying mazes, scare zones, and the malevolent mind of Mr. Midnight. It's everything you love about fall, plus everything you love
Nocturno with Danny Trejo.
Welcome to Nocturno.
Open the free iHeartRadio app, search Halloween, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
iHeartRadio.
All right, you want to go see Under Oath, WMMS, in 2 hours at midnight present Under Oath on They're Only Chasing Safety 20th anniversary tour. So they're going to play that album in its entirety, and then they're going to do a fan-voted set every night. I don't know if they do that ahead of time. I don't know if they do it there in the crowd. You just yell out songs. I don't know, but if you're an Under Oath fan, be a good night. It's going to happen Saturday, November 30th at the Agora. So you can go to agoracleveland.com, get the details, but I will have these tickets for you around this time all this week. So grab my first pair now, too, for Under Oath, end of next month. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If he sounds super excited to see you,
hey, what's up?
Remember, he is a paid performer.
As a broadcaster, he's real good.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
I'm bored. I'm the chairman of the board. I'm a lengthy monologue. I'm living like a dog. I'm bored. Bore myself to sleep at night. I bore myself in broad daylight because I'm bored.
Cavs play tonight. They're in New York.
Just another slimy bore.
7:30 tip-off at the Garden. Cavs, who are 3-0 against the Knickerbockers. It's not short for Knickers, right? They don't wear like long pants. It's Knickerbockers. What is a Knickerbocker? I'm sure this has been talked to death, but just to refresh, is it like a bon vivant? Is it like a person about town?
I just remember that Barney song. Hey, how did that go? Barney song. Hey, Mr. Knickerbocker, boppity boo. How did that go?
I don't know what that song is.
You don't know that song? It was a Barney song. It was like
oh, okay, now we know.
Hold on. It was a song. You're both too old to have. Well, no, Alan, your kids are my age, right?
They are, but I don't remember Mr. Knickerbocker. And no, my kids are not your age, Mary.
Right?
Miss
Kids are
pushing 40.
35.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Knickerbocker, boppity boo. I like the way that you boppity boo, or something like that.
I like the way.
Song. That's the
Barney Italian?
No.
I like the way that you boppity
YouTube.
boo.
Look up Barney, Mr. Knickerbocker on
I'd
YouTube.
rather not.
I don't
Just
know if we need
do
to
it.
hear that song.
Listen, I don't know. All right, hold on.
Wasn't there like the Kanye West and Jay-Z song?
I think it's supposed to be
You're
a
thinking
rap.
of Knickerbockers in Paris.
That's
Bill.
the one.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Everybody to sing along.
You can do that.
Hey, Mr. Knickerbocker, boppity bop.
Yeah.
I like it the way that you boppity bop.
See?
I like it the way that you boppity bop with your hands.
Well, is it?
With
It
your
is.
hands. And then it's I like the way you boppity bop with your feet. And it's like they dance along and, hey, Mr. Knickerbocker, boppity bop.
Does penis work its way in the list there?
I don't
or
think
no?
so.
It is as advertised. The way that you did it, it sounds exactly like it.
That's the only other time I've heard that word.
Alan, tell Mary that whole thing with her is part of ADHD.
I have ADHD. What are they saying? Hyperfixating on people not liking me?
That anger is motivating.
Anger is motivating.
Anger is an energy. John Lydon said it. Mary's fueled by negativity because since it was drilled into her head that she wasn't good enough, at some point she started to believe it. It's not her fault, but she actually doesn't believe in herself and now has to prove it to herself and tell her own self, I told you so.
I don't know about that. Because I've never really felt, I mean, there's definitely times when I doubt myself. Everybody does. But when I say from the moment I did stand-up comedy, I was like, this is it. It's never been something I've questioned. It's never been something I've ever even entertained the idea of quitting.
Right. Well, but that's because you killed it from the jump, you said.
Oh, dude, I was famous.
You thought I am going to be world renowned in
Give me
a
6
year.
months.
Okay, a year tops. And you were how old?
22.
There you go. You were going to be Matt Rife before Matt Rife.
Yep, a long time ago.
Blowing up. I'll have this money for you in a few minutes here, too, by the way, from the Buzzard bookie. Are you okay in there?
I'm good.
Are
I
you?
ate a sucker in the break.
Are you going to make it? What kind of sucker?
Blow pop.
Ooh. Oh, what flavor? Watermelon?
Grape.
Okay.
I don't remember where I got it, but it was
sour
in my
apple,
backpack.
watermelon, even strawberry. Those are superior.
I like the grape and the cherry. Now,
So
I will
basic.
say this. When I got to the middle, I wanted it to be a Tootsie Roll, and it was
See,
gum.
no
and
way.
that made me mad.
Nope.
Not the gum.
I want the gum, homie.
Do you chew the gum, or do you just eat it? Because I
Hells
just eat it and
yeah.
swallow it.
What's the difference?
Well, if you
You gotta
like
chew
chew
something
it
to eat
like
it.
gum.
Oh, you mean keep it and chew it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Because you got the little pieces of the candy remnants in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, while I was chewing, got to the middle gum part, I was like, this would be better if it was a Tootsie Roll.
I like that fruit going to the chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like
I do.
I don't. That's like the SpongeBob ice cream. They don't have gumball eyes anymore. It's chocolate
Oh, ew.
eyes, and it's the worst.
Bill, you must know what ube is.
Ube, that's a sweet potato.
Yeah, it's like a purple yam, but it's huge in
Purple.
the Philippines.
Yeah.
And it's becoming like the flavor of the year now.
It's have you had it?
It's
It's nasty.
Dude,
They'd
Tastes
always
like dirt.
Yeah, I was never a fan of that.
I haven't had the yam. I don't like yams in general. But when we were on the shore this weekend, we were going down the boardwalk there at Asbury Park, and they have all of these places along the way. And tucked into the back was this vegan gelato joint.
Okay.
And
I
it
was
was
just going to say that.
They made an ube marshmallow,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, I'll try that. It was so goddamn good. Now,
Oh,
I don't
No, I don't like it at all.
I don't like yams of any color, but the ube marshmallow, it was weird because when I first bit into it, the very first thing I tasted, it tasted like a sweet potato, like sweet potato pie kind of, but then you kind of got more into it. And now ube is in everything. That's going to be, I don't know when or how that became the thing, but you're seeing it on menus. You're seeing it being used in like other flavors. I don't know how this came to light.
I think the color plays a lot into it.
it's like bright
because
purple.
it's so pretty. It always looks so much better than it's going to be.
I had never heard
It
of it.
was so good.
I had never heard of it until I moved to New York, and it's always in, like you said, vegan ice cream shops. That's like a staple.
Okay.
If an ice cream shop here has a vegan flavor, it's gonna be ube. And I had never heard of it. It's bright purple. I was like, ooh, let me try that one. They're like, oh, it's sweet. You're really gonna like it. It's different. And I got like 5 bites into it, and I was like, this was an $8 ice cream cone, and
It's kind of nutty. Yeah, I
don't like it
loved
at
it.
all.
Well, because at dinner the night before, my buddy who was sitting next to me, he was talking about just purely coincidental, he was talking about some cake he had with ube in it, and he's out in San Francisco. He said it's all over the place. So we're just walking down the boardwalk, and there's this place in the corner, and I'm like, well, that sounds good. And I'm looking over their flavors, and they have ube marshmallow. I'm like, give me that. Bright
it would
purple.
probably be better mixed with marshmallow. I just had it was just essentially like a sorbet where it's just fruit, sugar, and water, except they made it with ube.
Oh,
So
that's
it was
probably different.
Potato, sugar, and water.
Yeah.
So there was no extra flavor or anything like that. And I was like, this is not very good at
Do you
all.
guys have this in white potato? Because this isn't doing it for me.
Is it or Ida by chance?
I got money. It's the last chance today. We'll start it all over again tomorrow morning with RMG. $1,000 here. Keyword from the Buzzard bookie. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, it's Matt. I wanted to sincerely thank you guys for turning me on to Detroiters. And I am devastated to hear that they only made like 20 episodes of that show. Hilarious. I got to the one last night where they go to the bathroom in the 3rd floor of their office building, and they have that little caddy with all the supplies on it and everything. I've worked in the same large building for about 4 years, and it took me 3 years to find that there was a secret private bathroom. So I know the hassle and the drama of trying to find a private place to go to the bathroom at work. So anyways, thank you for Detroiters. Anyways, thanks.
Love Detroiters.
So good.
So that was anytime we were in our hotel room this past weekend, the TV just had apps on it. Wasn't like you clicked on the TV and watched.
That's all I want from a hotel. I'm so tired of. I want my apps.
Yeah. So I just logged into our Netflix, and so every time we were back there, like if we're starting to pass out or whatever, we had Detroiters on the whole weekend.
Yeah.
There's only 2 seasons, which is a real bummer.
20 episodes.
I couldn't believe, because we watched it first run on Comedy Central. Like, nobody knew it was on. It was 7-8 years ago. I mean, it was a precursor.
Yeah, 2015, 2016, I believe, was like the years that it was
like
on.
the actress who played Sheila is dead now, right? She's dead.
Aww.
But anyway, I couldn't believe how many episodes I had forgotten. There aren't that many. Like, Sudeikis is one of the producers, so he's in a lot of those episodes.
He's in like 3, I think.
Oh, I thought he was in more than that.
No.
But, yeah, it's so funny. So, yeah, anytime that television was on, we were just watching Detroiters episodes.
The one with Michael Key.
Yeah.
He's the Smiling Jack. God, it's a good
and they're
episode.
drawing, he's on a billboard, and then just everybody's graffitiing D's in his face.
Yeah. And they keep going to have lunches with him, and he's paying for lunch. And so they're just ordering all this stuff. And then he goes, I'll just share with them. And they're like, this guy.
Oh, and Mort Krim. Mort Krim.
I love Mort Krim.
Yeah.
The episode 2 where they got the guy that's dancing with his hand in his pocket. He's like, that was a lot of fun. Let's watch that again.
I don't usually comment on the commercials, but that stunk.
Yeah, Mort Krim's
the best.
Mort Krim rules. His chump of the week.
Mm-hmm. Good job, Tommy Pencils. Yeah, this is all inside stuff for people who don't watch Detroiters, but the point is, you should watch Detroiters.
Mm-hmm. I watched that Anna Kendrick movie that she directed.
Woman of the Year.
Woman of the Year. That was interesting.
Isn't that based on a true story, or do they take their liberties with it?
I mean, they took some liberties with it, but it's based on a pretty, it's a true story, and I think overall it was pretty true to it.
There was a killer who ended up being a contestant on The Dating Game or something, but I thought that was the Ted Bundy story.
No.
Oh, there was another guy who was on a dating game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did Ted Bundy end up on?
I thought because he was a handsome dude. I thought Ted Bundy was on one of those.
No, I think
I think he just
it got conflated.
hit on girls, and that was it.
I see.
But this one,
he didn't need no game show.
It was unsettling.
Oh yeah,
because it's directed by Anna Kendrick, so I think she really wanted to really make you feel the uncomfortable moments that women are in when they're with a guy that they're like, oh, I got a bad feeling about this guy, and how vulnerable you are in those moments.
Mm-hmm.
And they sell it real well.
All right.
I thought it was going to be more horror, but it's more, thriller kind of. But it's good.
What horror movie I watched last night, Alan? That was bad. Drag Me to Hell.
I don't like that one as much as other people do. A lot of people love Drag Me to Hell. And I'm like, it's okay. I mean, it ends. I like how it ends.
Huge, one of the best of all time. I'm trying to go through these, what are the top scary movies, right? It was it made me feel sick at some point.
Well, it's gross. Yeah, there's a lot of...
It's real gross. Not even bloody, but it's a lot of vomit.
Yeah.
And they vomit up worms and stuff.
Yeah.
And it was too much for me. But I don't know that I've seen anything else by that Sam Raimi guy.
Oh, he did Evil Dead and Spider-Man. Yeah, he did a lot of stuff. He's a big name. So when he did that movie, I mean, that movie's 15 years old now.
It was on Amazon Prime. It was leaving this week or something. So I'm guessing they're keeping it through Halloween and then getting rid of it.
It was a big hit. But I'm not, people love that movie.
It was weird.
I just don't
gross.
like it as much as other people do.
Yeah. I actually did like the ending. It had an ending.
Love the ending.
I was happy about.
Yeah.
But, it was it made me physically I don't need to watch this old woman vomit worms one more time. This is so gross.
Well, it's funny because online, if you follow, I follow special effects accounts and things like that on social media. And there was a BTS clip of Drag Me to Hell where she's lying there, that scene where the old woman is vomiting worms onto her face or whatever. And it's just a puppet over her, but they're pouring worms into it and onto her Alison Lohman's face.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow. But yeah, that movie was a big hit.
I didn't think it was that good. And the acting's really bad. That girl's not a good actor.
Justin Long isn't a great actor either, but he's in everything.
He keeps getting in these weird horror
He's
movies.
in Barbarian, and he's fine.
That's where he's
Tusk
cut
is great.
his teeth. He's in so many because Jeepers Creepers was, I think, one of his first movies.
Yeah. And now he's married to Kate Bosworth. Good for him.
Good for him.
Bill, you know, all this conversation about Mary on Reddit, and she needs people's hate to fuel her. And I have to think about the future of the program after she's gone and what new form it will take. And all these people have their ideas as to what the next iteration of the Alan Cox Show should be. But I'll tell you, a lot of people have said, what about Mary Santorum taking Mary Santora's place?
She's your favorite, Bill.
Mary Santorum, have you ever... I know there's a lot going on right now, and I know you're very busy. Has this ever occurred to you?
Hello, Alan. This is Mary Santorum.
See, if she were on the show, she could greet us like that every day, Bill.
Oh, what a treat that would be.
Oh.
Hello, Cleveland.
Right.
Alan, the thought has never crossed my mind. I could never fill her shoes.
All right. I bet you could.
But I did want to call and wish Mary the best of luck and to thank her for paving the way for female comics like me.
Yeah, okay.
Mary, you've always been very nice. Every time I've met you, I think you're beautiful and funny, and I just wish I could be half the woman you are.
You'll get there.
Alan, I also wanted to call and say hello to my favorite comic in the world, Mr. Bill Squire. Hello, Bill.
Hi, Mary.
Bill, I have a couple ideas for some Halloween costumes for you. Would you like some examples?
Do I have a choice? Of course I do. Let's go.
Now, Bill, this costume has gotten me laid 100% of the time, okay?
Okay.
This is what you do. You dress like a cat, and then you wear a very suggestive burlap bag and go as a tiger in the sack.
Okay. Yeah, there's one. I hope people are taking notes.
Okay. All right.
Bill, I was also thinking we could do a team costume and go as contended Linda Grace, and I'll let you pick. Head or ass, big boy.
It's a
I'll
deep
pass
dive,
on that
too.
one.
All right.
Yeah.
Alan, as you know, I do a lot of stand-up with my comedic troupe, the Bombers, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But this last weekend, after our set, I won the costume contest, and I wasn't even dressed up, Alan.
Oh, no, that's terrible. Oh, what a case of mistaken identity.
What was the prize?
Alan, the judges thought I was Caitlyn Jenner.
Uh-huh.
And the only thing I have in common
Why'd you
with
run somebody
Caitlyn
over?
The only thing I have in common with Caitlyn Jenner is that we both have penises, wear women's clothing, and act all effeminate.
Oh, is that all?
Is that all?
Oh. All right.
Alan, on Thursday, me and the Bombers will be performing a special Halloween show at the Karaoke Comedy Club in Salem.
I get it. Yep, there you go. Yep. A little
They're gonna
nod
roast
to my
that-
mother's favorite soap opera, Bill.
Oh.
Yep.
They're going to roast Stefano DiMera, literally.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll end on that note, Alan. I want to thank you for taking my call and letting me perform my craft. You know I appreciate it. And Mary, I wish you the best of luck. And like I told Pound Cake, if you ever need anything, just let me know. And when I say anything, I mean anything.
I will.
Oh, boy. Okay, thank you. There's Mary Santorum, who is a delight, as always. She's, of course, partial to Bill Squire, but she's got plenty of love to throw around for everyone involved.
It's good to be Bill Squire. It always feels right when he's in the spotlight.
Mm-hmm. We probably won't go that direction, but, it's always nice to know that people are interested. Mary, your thoughts?
Yeah,
this
sounds great.
Yeah, right? I mean, it's not our first interaction with her, and so...
Perfect replacement.
I do not like this show. I do not like this show. The Alan Cox Show is very stupid. I do not like this show.
And that's not Mary Santorum. Who's that? I'm going to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
This football season, bet with house money with the Buzzard Bookie. You have 9 chances a day to win $1,000. Fill your account and parlay game day away. Keywords come at 30 past the hour, every weekday.
Find your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Welcome to the Center for the Potentially Entertaining.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hello, Alan Cox. I thought you heard that. Well, you know what? You're liberal pieces. It just doesn't make any sense. What is your problem? You use your platform for your Democratic problem? What is the problem in the United States right now? The baby formula thing. And Trump would have a baby formula task force, and there'd be all that. And you know that.
We were having a political joke. It was okay. You saw your boys in Cake are coming back.
Oh, when?
Oh, they're dropping their first new album in 14 years.
Let's go.
The Kings of Talk Singing are back.
It's the best.
John McCrae and company have a new song called Billionaire in Space. As timely as today's headlines. They haven't dropped a new album since 2011. And that's going to be out soon. And then they're going to do a couple of shows. They're going to dip their toes back into the... you'll have to go see them in Chicago or Las Vegas. Either of those that you want to do.
Maybe Vegas.
And those are next month. They're going to play the Link Hotel and Casino. That is a hashtag I voted show. The night of the election. And then they'll play
make that one.
They'll play the Salt Shed in Chicago on November the 23rd. So something to think about. If you're a Cake fan, and I know that you are.
I do like Cake.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think they did a bunch of shows this year, but they'll do a couple more. But their last album, Showroom of Compassion, came out in 2011. I've said it before, and I'll repeat myself. It is sadder when hot people die. It's just pure numbers. I don't think it's a value judgment in so much as it is math. And as the math expert on the show, I feel okay in saying that. There's just fewer hot people in the world.
There you go.
So when we lose one of them, I think it stings a little bit more. And this is a lovely young lady in Wichita, Kansas. 37-year-old Amanda Gallagher, okay? So not fresh out of college, but, she's still got plenty of years ahead of her, but not anymore. She's pretty cute. I'll show you a photo here on the live stream. I think she's got a little mole there, kind of maybe a Heather Locklear vibe. You might have noticed the headline there. This is a woman who was the photographer for a local Wichita, Kansas skydiving outfit. She worked for Air Capital Drop Zone, and her job was to take photos of people when they were getting on the plane and getting off the plane. So, skydiving, you jump off the plane. So I'm not quite sure what her job was, but she's getting them as they're going on and they're having a good time. And this past weekend, she was doing her job. She was taking photos of people, but she backed into a running propeller.
Ooh.
And she died.
Oh, my gosh.
So she's no longer with us.
That's Final Destination, dude.
And you got to imagine what that noise is.
No, you don't.
Because it's not going to go, "Bah." It's not going to be like that. It's going to go, "Bah." And then you did.
Yeah, there's going to be some thuds.
2:30 in the afternoon, this happened. What they call broad daylight. No pun intended. 37-year-old Amanda Gall. That's right, Mary.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
I can't wait to get off this sexist show.
That's right. You know what they say?
Daylight.
Bitches be backing into active airplane propellers. And shopping.
Yeah, she was in the kitchen. Never would have happened.
Hashtag Tradwife. She was taken to a local hospital in what they referred to as extremely critical condition. She died from her injuries.
I'm surprised she didn't die immediately.
I think she probably did, but they had to scoop her up and take her off and see what happened. She was unresponsive when the EMS arrived. Because if you're there, you're going to call 911. You're going to say, you got to get the hell out of here. Get her out of here. The family has a GoFundMe going. But a lovely lady and just a terrible, terrible circumstance. And I realize, again, people die all the time. And there are hot people dying all the time under less extreme circumstances. And we don't even hear about them. So our numbers are all off. The hot people population of this planet could be in as much danger of disappearing as nearly extinct species. They join their ranks. Hot humans might be a nearly extinct species, which is why they need to be protected. Somebody should have yelled had they been paying attention. It's probably difficult to kind of, if you're looking straight on, it'd be difficult to look at that and see what was going on with the distance and the perspective. But if just one person had said, hey, don't back into that running propeller, then Amanda Gallagher would be alive today.
Don't mansplain to her how to do her job.
I'm not mansplaining, Bill. I'm she-laborating what this woman might have been saying. But, yeah. Hey, Cavs play tonight. They're in New York. Cavs are 3-0. Pretty good start to the season. Now it could all go downhill. I'm saying something. They're in New York to play the Knicks tonight. 7:30 tip. 7 o'clock is pregame on the Buzzard. CLE Clothing Company, last couple of days to use the promo code Erie, like the lake. And then come November, Friday, you'll switch to
Turkey.
Muni.
Muni.
MUNI is your November code word for CLE Clothing Company. You can use it whenever you want. And each and every time you get 20% off. Now, Mary, I know we've established that you're fueled by other people's hatred.
Yes.
You love nothing more than the I told you so.
Yes.
But we have been getting a lot of very nice complimentary mail from people.
Okay.
Will you be uncomfortable with me going through some of that?
Not at all. Let's hear it.
Hey, look at this. Letters. We got letters.
Now, I think one of them we all got from somebody named Thomas. That was a long letter. But I got one from Todd. He said, I want to thank all of you for what you do. You've helped me through a lot of stuff in my life and have brought me a laugh and a smile. All of you are great people. Now, this is where Todd and I part company. He says, no matter what other people have told you. I've been a listener for years. You helped me through the kidney stones. He had 2 or 3 of those. He had kidney surgery to remove one of the stones. I listen every day. I'm not always able to listen live because of my job. All of you brighten my day, and I cannot thank you enough. That's kind of a collective thing, right?
That's sweet,
Nice.
yeah.
But Thomas sent a very nice letter about Mary in particular. Feel compelled to write now more than ever. He was a big fan of mine when I was on in Pittsburgh, he says. And then when I left, he lost track of me. And then found this show on in Cleveland about a week after Bill joined. That's a decade plus.
Yeah.
And he's listened every day since.
Yeah.
In October 2019, my wife of 20 years walked out. Well, where'd she go? Did she come back?
Get cigarettes.
Oh.
She'll be back.
Thomas says things got real ugly for me. So he started dating right away. So, everything I had been used to was gone. I had no normal routine in my life. Your show was a way to tune in and tune out the world. This is a common thread with some people, right? And this was pre-COVID. And then COVID really screwed him. He was a restaurant worker. So that goes away because of the lockdown. And this had been the culmination of a 20-year career in the service industry. Your dedication to work during the pandemic kept me distracted and saved me more than you would ever know. Life has been nothing but one challenge after another for years now, but I can shut my brain off during the show and enjoy myself. I like that too. People come here to shut their brain off. I mean, if it's good enough for us to do, it's good enough for you to do. We shut ours off.
I don't think about a single thing I say on
That's what I'm saying. I think that there's nothing more obvious. Well, it's two things that are obvious to everyone. How I hate Mary.
Obviously.
And we shut our brains off.
Even more obvious.
I enjoy each and every one of you, but struggling with so much in my life, while Mary struggled with sobriety and the death of her father, helped me form a parasocial relationship with Mary that has prompted this letter.
Those were struggles for you, Mary?
Getting sober and my dad dying?
Yeah.
While trying to stay sober during a global pandemic?
Yeah.
No, it was easy.
That's what I thought. It
She
seemed
really-
like it was.
yeah, she
I don't
really had
know.
the hat trick there, didn't she?
I don't know. It never came up and never, so I didn't think
I
you
never
had any
cried on
problems with
air or
it. Yeah.
anything. I know. I hide it well. I hide my emotions.
Mm-hmm.
At the start of the year, Thomas says, I lost my fiance to cancer.
Damn.
And had to, boy, the hits keep on coming, and had to start all over again.
Well, the thing is, Thomas, what kind of a bad person are you? Because it seems like there's a lot of karma that's come your way to even things out since you've done these bad things, and now bad things are happening. Right, Mary?
Nope.
Listen, she's not willing to kick the guy when he's down.
Nope.
There's no.
I just go by what you think.
Well, again, there's nothing wrong with some self-examination.
Karma and fate,
The Alan Cox Show has been a consistent part of my life for so long, and it has been the, quote, normal part of my life when everything else in life has spiraled out of control. I'm thankful for having so many years with the show and will always be a dedicated fan. Sincerely, Thomas. I'll leave his last name off there. But Mary, he's clearly, because of everything that's gone on, the way that his struggles have mirrored your own.
Yeah.
He will be especially bummed when Mary Santora and Adrian Iapolucci. Is that her name? Iapolucci? I think it is. Yeah. Well, there you go. Listen, I guarantee there'll be more forthcoming.
More sweetness.
More sweetness and light. Focused on you.
Oh, I love you. I love you all. I mean, I hate you guys, the
Mhm.
listeners. but
Thank you.
I also
That's what
love
we
you.
expect. Hating the listeners. So, listen, it's not only a loss for the fans, but, of course, a loss for, I'd say, frequent Chipotle visitors. Right?
Chipotle.
Who?
Have you tried their new brisket?
I'm sorry, I wasn't aware that they had new brisket.
Oh my gosh, were you
I
living under a
specifically
rock?
order the old brisket. I go in there and I said, hey, I'm going to get a bowl, but just the bowl. I don't need the tortilla. Give me a bowl. And I want you to go back there, and I need you to find me the oldest brisket you have.
No. This is smoked and chopped in-house daily. Alan.
In-house,
listen.
I say, give me the oldest brisket that you have prepared out of house.
Outhouse.
Outhouse. Fine brisket you've prepared in an outhouse is what I say to them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Outhouse meat guy, eh?
Yep, that's right.
Well, I'm normally a bowl person when it comes to my Chipotle order.
Yeah.
But
But
now
then
with
what happened?
Chipotle's new brisket back on the menu, I had to switch it up. Because there's just something about brisket and tacos that makes sense, Alan. I'd highly recommend
Mm-hmm.
trying it.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that, though. Like a brisket taco, they're always good.
They are always good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Went to a sushi joint in Jersey on Saturday night. And we got the bao. That had
Bao bun.
Yeah, they had the brisket in it
Oh, yeah.
as an appetizer.
I love a bao bun.
I like one of them. They bring you
Yeah,
a plate of
just one.
3. Yeah, Gwen likes them a lot more than I do. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, I'll have one. It's a lot of bread, but pretty good.
I've been eating a ton of Asian food lately. I've been on a pad thai kick. Love bao buns. I get any chance I get to get a dumpling because there's always a street fair somewhere in New York,
Mm-hmm.
and there's always like little dumpling stands. I've been eating a lot of Asian food lately. I like it though.
So good.
But
I'm having
why
Chinese food for dinner tonight.
Why now?
Oh, good for you.
Why
I don't
now,
know.
though?
I don't know. Just craving some soy sauce.
You know you can put soy sauce on anything.
No, you can't.
Oh.
You can't put soy sauce on a salami sandwich.
You can.
I mean, you really can, yes.
Then it's soggy.
Soy sauce on a salami
I
sandwich.
didn't say it'd be good. We said you can.
See, I don't care for soy sauce. I don't use it with sushi. I don't.
Too much salt makes me feel bloated. I can't do it.
But it's true. It's too salty for me. What? It is.
Well,
he didn't say anything wrong. He's right.
Here's the thing: is that normally I'm the one to do the impressions, but Bill is taking over. With
Another
me
thing
leading.
we're losing.
That was solid.
Passing
that was
the
solid.
torch. Gotta
That
pass
was a solid Alan impression.
Oh my God. Give it to me again, because I didn't.
I can't do it. It's got to be in the moment.
In the moment. All right.
Got to be in the moment.
Mary, I don't use soy sauce for anything.
You don't?
No.
Oh, use soy sauce. It makes me too bloated. I don't like all the salt. I feel bloated.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Yep. Nailed it.
Made it my own.
I mean, who?
Obviously.
What? Who likes feeling bloated?
No one
feeling bloated.
No one likes feeling bloated,
Well-
but we like the flavor, so
it's worth
it's
it.
worth the bloat.
No, it ain't.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing's worth the bloat. Please.
Bloat me up. Bloat me up
Yeah.
inside.
So, yeah, okay. The outhouse brisket, people are pointing out, is always prepared in the bowl.
Mm-hmm. Two little eyes staring up
Outhouse
at you.
brisket on 2 hours to midnight this Saturday night, by the way, too. I don't know how a person knew that, but boy, talk about burying the lead. Alan, I am better at hating Mary than she is.
Hey, good.
Listen, don't tell me, dummy. Put it on Reddit. That's
Send
where
me a
she's going to
direct
see
message.
it.
Message it directly to me.
That's where she's going to see it.
Hey, I hate you. You're never
Attach
gonna make it.
a very angry voice note
Yeah, there you go.
to $200 and
Yes.
send it to santoratoes@gmail.com.
That's what you need to do. Actually, Venmo me, and in the caption where you normally write what the Venmo is for, tell me your least favorite thing about me. Just Venmo is just at Mary Santora, so you can just send me the money and tell me, give me a dollars amount how much you hate me. You hate me $200 worth. You hate me $5 worth, and tell me why.
Do you know who Lily Allen is?
I know that name.
She's a British singer. She had a big hit maybe 10 years ago or so called Cry. It was about laughing at a guy who's crying because she broke up with him, whatever. Well, she's got a couple of kids, and I think she was married to some British guy for a while. But now she's married to David Harbour, who is on Stranger Things. And she's 39 now. I'm sure she still maybe does shows, but I don't know that she still makes music. Whatever. She was back in the news because she says she makes a hell of a lot more money selling foot pics than she makes from her music on Spotify.
Oh, yeah.
Which should not shock anyone, but there's a lot of people who might not be in the bloodstream of Spotify and realize how little they pay. I know that's kind of it's a joke now, so more and more people are hip to it, but
I don't think I've ever made as much money on Spotify that I've made on a single foot pic.
you can subscribe to see her feet. It's $10 a month on WikiFeet. Or no, sorry. She's on OnlyFans doing the foot stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And $10 a month. And you can go into her archives, as it were.
Ooh.
I'm going to show you a little here.
Archives.
Yeah, there it is. I'll show you a little bit here on the live stream. Lily Allen's feet.
Did you just Google this, or did you?
No. It's on X.
Oh, okay. I'm behind, so I want to see what they look like, but I'm on the 30-second.
That's okay. She's got her toes kind of spread out, painted. She's sitting on a variety of blankets on her lawn. And then there's her hand next to her foot. She's 39. She kind of got old lady hands, with respect.
Oh, she's got great feet. They're a little
Some
bony.
painted. There you go. Well, she's very thin. She's thin and British. Hello, I'm British. I think that's how it sounds.
If she had a couple more
toes,
pounds. But some guys are into that bony foot, but she's got really pretty toes.
Well,
Good
there
job,
you go.
Lily. Good job, Lily Allen.
And if she had a couple more toes,
yes,
I'm sure there are plenty of dudes willing to pay top dollar for extra piggies.
Polydactyl like my cat.
There you go. All right, we got to go. Cavs basketball not far off. Pregame at 7. Tip off against the Knicks. 7:30 at Madison Square Garden. What do you have coming up, William?
Go to BillSquire.com. You'll get a link there to reserve my new. You can do a pre-order of my new album, We're Getting Famous. And then this Friday at Imposters Theater, 9:30 p.m., can get tickets for that at billsquire.com. And Chris McWanska, December 28th, billsquire.com.
Tickets for that all week here on the program. Mary Lynn?
Follow me on social media at Mary Santora Comedy, and then I will be at Hilarities Thanksgiving weekend, about a month away, November 29th and 30th, so grab tickets to that.
All right, I'm on your socials at Alan Cox Show. The program in its entirety will be available for you. If you're not able to catch it all live, hit up the iHeartRadio app. You can also leave messages there if you like. Talkback button will do that for you. You can leave voicemails on the After Hours line, 24/7. You can do it, 216-986-8903. And that's it. We'll be back again tomorrow. Thanks very much for hanging out today, and I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing.